think about all the different ways the world has changed, and then you go into most school systems, the educational system has not changed very much.
We need to be building schools of the future, and we, the organization and the community, have to have a real understanding about what that looks like.
Portrait of a Graduate is helping districts and communities identify the North Star and what is it they want out of their graduates.
The portrait itself becomes this unifying kind of focus, answers the why.
When you have the biggest district in the state, that can bring some different type of not norms that most other districts will see.
If our community is not focused on the students, then they are not focused on the future.
You know, how do we equip them that whatever challenges they face, they're well equipped to respond to those very effectively.
Columbus City Schools canceling all classes.
It's an effort to slow the spread of COVID-19.
We don't take this lightly. This is an unprecedented situation.
We are thinking about what it feels like to that kid, and that's why these decisions are absolutely so hard.
If we don't rally around our students and our families, we're doing a disservice to the future of Columbus.
With a high-stakes accountability system, it's driven a lot of the interest and excitement and engagement of learning, just driven that out. And it's really important today that we have to change our educational systems.
Plethora of doors that are being opened because of this digital age that we're in.
We need to create different opportunities for people to be engaged.
And I hope students can help us with that and help facilitate what learning could look like.
Experiential learning, connecting what we're learning in the textbook to real life.
In some cases, young people are taking on real problems in their own community and solving them.
Be able to establish and maintain positive relationships.
Adaptability, perseverance, empathy, civic discourse. We need to remember what it means to be human.
Once you fall in love with the community and the kids and the adults who have committed their lives to public urban education, there's nowhere else I'd rather be.
We want to be a national model in urban education, and I think we're going to get there. I know we're going to get there. And we can't do it alone. It's going to take each one of us coming together.
Welcome, Columbus community. Welcome to the 2021 school year. This is our first board meeting of the new school year, and we are excited. I'm President Adair, and I am calling the August 4th meeting to order. Will you please call the roll?
President Adair?
Present.
Ms. Beckerly?
Present.
Mr. Brown?
I'm here.
Mr. Cole?
Here.
Dr. Pierce? Mr. Ragland?
Here.
Ms. Reyes, Vice President Reyes? You have a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you. We started off with a video to kind of explain where we are at this moment in time. We've done a lot of work to get here, and I hope as a community you feel that the change is coming. And we are working hard, all of us, from your board all the way down to your teachers and even your students. We continue to be challenged in the time of where we are, but we know that if we push through, we will grow, we will expand, and we will be better for all of our students. And we're excited to be on this journey, and we're excited to have you as our community with us. We have another video to talk about in a second, but before we do that, I would actually like to have Dr. Dion Blue come on screen, please. Dr. Blue is our new Chief Equity Officer. Welcome to our district. And as one of the new people, you get the honor of leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance today. So we will do that. So whenever you're ready.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Sorry.
You're fine. You know, it's funny because it's sometimes it gets nerve-wracking, doesn't it? Thank you, Dr. Blue, and we will hear from you later this evening. So in the spirit of thinking through innovation and using technology, Board Member Beckerly had a great experience that she wanted to share with you and with all of us here. So I'm going to turn it over to Board Member Beckerly to let us know what's going on and what we're about to watch.
Thank you, President Adair. I have the honor of introducing two amazing teachers to you all this evening. Leslie Landis and Ashley Pence are teachers at Columbus Global Academy. Leslie is an ESL teacher and Ashley is the 8th grade English teacher. And these two teachers several years ago had the good fortune of being trained by the Korda Institute in a method of instruction that incorporates real world problems into a project-based approach in the classrooms. And they are have been practicing this for a couple of years now. And this video that we're about to show shows how they were able to take this method and continue it during the pandemic shutdown using technology. Now, bear in mind that the students at Columbus Global Academy are anywhere from less than a year to 3 years new in this country. So these are students who are acquiring English, and they're also sometimes referred to SIFE students, which means they're students with interrupted formal education. So their education has been interrupted in their native country as well as arriving here. So without further ado, I would like to, oh, one more thing, actually. Scott, hold on for a second. We have the good fortune of having this video because there is a documentary company that is creating a documentary of how this method has been carried out during the pandemic and how teachers were able to shift from in-classroom learning to using technology and continuing with this amazing method of instruction. So thanks to Ashley and Leslie who were able to prevail upon the documentary company to give us our own little video. And I want to make sure I get the name of the company correctly. I had it a minute ago and then I forgot to write it down. They are called Galaxy Man Productions. All right, thank you. Let's watch.
The conversations in the hallway start going around, is it coming here? Is this happening here? And like, no, you know, it's not a big deal. And then a week later, we're getting the news that with 1 day to prepare, kind of, we were told, you know, get your students out of the building and ready for online learning. Most of my students are from families that are just getting their start here in America. So prioritizing internet and computers has not been a thing because food and housing has been their priority. So for my students, we spent the first weeks to find out, is your family still working? Do you have food? Do you have a safe place to, you know, a safe shelter to be in? Then do you have a computer and do you have internet? Also, most of our families are not speaking English as a first language, you know, just layers and layers of barriers.
We are in our houses and we get a lot of distractions. I help my mom to clean up the house, or I help her to cook, so that times go like flying. In others, I help my little brother do his homework. I think that is one of the things that is more harder that we are not in the school.
He didn't buy a car, so he said he needs a computer. He doesn't know like where to go.
This Friday, Mr. Vickroy is giving out computers and internet Wi-Fi hotspots So if you know somebody who is struggling with that, please, please, please tell me.
To every class, I just sent out a message that said, you know, do you want to solve real world problems? Do you want to help real people? If you don't want to, it's fine. But if you remember what we did in school and you remember how it felt to learn through solving real problems, then come on over to this school classroom and let's do it. So what remained were about 16 students who said, I'm so excited to do this, which is really interesting because they all come from different classes. And it's not necessarily my highest level class that has the highest number of students participating. The fact that, once again, there's 16 students who could do nothing and pass on to the 9th grade and are really just there because they love learning through solving real problems.
Hello and good afternoon. Hi, Rosemary. Hi, Ashley. You guys know that you don't have school today, right?
Yeah. This problem is important to me because like my both parents work on companies and my mom companies is still open and she is going to work and I'm worried and scared for her.
So we ended up with 4 teams. The first team did quarantine inequality. Their challenge was to create a plan for families so that they could have a healthy quarantine life. The second team, they were really distraught about how big businesses seem to be profiteering. So their challenge was to create a plan for those local businesses to move their business online so that they could compete. The third group was a group that was very concerned about their own parents going back to work, so they wanted to focus on workplace inequality. And the final group really wanted to focus on the experience of undocumented immigrants during this time and how status drives the quality of your quarantine.
Because they're working on their own projects, they're required, when they can't figure something out using resources, figuring out whether a source is credible or not, and just being able to read through things that are not necessarily on their grade level. Through that, they've been pulling together their main ideas. I mean, that is something my students always struggle with. What is the most important word that you can find in this? And that's usually what the main idea is about. And then taking that and turning that into either a problem that needs to be solved or a solution that needs to be explained, and then turning that into a presentation that they can speak freely about and speak in a way where they're an authority on it to the point that someone would listen.
This particular project showed us that we don't have to go anywhere in order to meet some really incredible people, even when our school maybe might say we don't have or we can't. The virtual world can make it happen.
Good afternoon, my name is Mira Katyura and I would like to welcome you all to our Inequality Amplified Expert Q&A presentation.
My name is Karen Mosenter and I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Jewish Family Services.
I am the state representative for what's called Ohio's 35th District.
You tackled a lot of really big issues.
This is a hard actual question and I'd have to think about the answer.
I don't know what I expected, but I was so surprised. I wish every legislator would take the same sort of a process with problems in general.
Your presentation covered all the ways COVID is affecting us. And I thought you guys really spent a lot of time thinking about it, and I thought that was terrific.
One of the things that we talk about a lot in education is how to get our students the same experiences that students are having in other places. Just having you here telling students that they can be is closing an experience gap.
One of the biggest lessons that we've kind of come across is that they want to be in school. They want to be learning. They are not happy with staying at home all the time, and we all took that for granted. And I don't think that society will look back on how we entered it, but how we exited it. How will we come out of this better off? More appreciative of the education system, more appreciative of the need to be prepared, more appreciative of what families need, because these things are amplified. So if we come out of this not better off, then it will only be our fault for not acting, because it's not that we couldn't see it.
Thank you, Board Member Beckerly, for sharing that with us. What an amazing program, what amazing teachers, what amazing students. It just really shows the potential of what we can do if we keep a positive attitude and really think through how we can use technology. Our world is completely open. We have so many opportunities. I tell the superintendent all the time, let's take this opportunity to just, explode everything and start over and think, what is the best way we can approach this for all of our students? So what a great example. And we really hope as a board to highlight these innovations from our teachers, from our students, from our community, because it's really important that we continue to stay positive and remain positive as we continue through these challenging times. Thank you, Board Member Beckerly.
My pleasure. It was a wonderful experience.
Okay, so now into our agenda where we are going to, at item 2, board members, you have the agenda. We will begin with board discussion, or mostly an updated announcement around the Safe Schools Working Group. We will have public comment. We will then have notice of public hearing on reemployment of retired employees for 2 individuals. The superintendent has a report. Internal auditor, treasurer have no report this evening. We have some board matters, and then we have our consent agenda, and we will end this evening with board announcements and an executive session. Is there a motion?
I move to approve our agenda for this evening's meeting.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
President Adair.
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Cole.
Yes.
Dr. Pierce.
Yes.
Mr. Ragland.
Yes.
Vice President Reyes. I did not hear Vice President Reyes. I see she voted yes. I read her lips, so we can't hear you, Vice President. That motion carries.
Thank you. We will figure that out, Vice President Reyes. Might have to call the number to do the voice, but we'll figure it out. Okay. So into item 3, when we last left you back in July, we had let you know that we were going to shift a little course in our idea around the Safe School Working Group. Instead of just seating a task force, we decided that because we had over 200 people and many more really who were very interested in this topic, we actually worked through a process to create more community engagement. So this evening, I'm happy to let the community know that in partnership with Battelle, we will have 2 community sessions, one August 25th and one September 8th, as community focus groups around the safety and security of our district. And remember, what we're looking at is a systems approach, a holistic approach to what is our culture and climate around safety. So both physical safety and mental health safety for our students, staff, as well as members of the community who come into our buildings. So all of the 200 people will get invites, and then there'll be ways for community members to also participate in that. So that is exciting. After those public community sessions happen, we will then seat the working group who I lost count. I think it's at 42 members. I know it's a lot, but honestly, we had the hardest time. We had amazing people that really want to help us. Misty, can we put the names up? So the following individuals will be seated for the Safe Schools Working Group. We have 2 individuals identified as co-chairs, but we are waiting on commitment from them. So we will have 2 working group members who will serve as co-chairs. And we also have 3 district facilitators, Cheryl Ward, Chris Ward, and James Barnes, who will help lead this effort. Because this is so critical and because we have such a diversity of people, which is amazing with differing opinions coming from different places, we are also in the process of engaging and looking at deciding on a facilitator for this group. This group will meet after the public community meetings in September. and we'll have a recommendation to the board in November. So we are very excited for this work. We thank all of the people who were selected. If you were not selected, don't worry, there's still a lot of opportunity for you to get involved to help us figure out where we're going in the next 5 years in our strategic plan. Remember, all of this work that we're doing ties in to the Portrait of a Graduate, ties in to our strategic plan, ties into really elevating our district to be that model of urban education and create a 21st century space for excellent learning. And we know that that includes a foundation of safety. So thank you, everybody. We'll put those names up on the website and you will all be contacted very soon. All right, so we will, board members, do you have any questions or comments before I move into public comment?
Board
member Becker?
Yeah, so should the people that we just identified as on the working group expect an email or some kind of notification?
Yes, they will get their formal invitation.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will now move into public comments. And oh, I lost my favorite. Here it is. Misty, don't look at me like that. Okay. So we have 4 speakers, but we had one of our speaker, our dear Mr. Tennant. He actually, we all know Mr. Tennant. He was going to speak to us today about effective programs regarding racism. Unfortunately, he had some dental work today, so he's unable to talk, but he has asked Ms. Coleman, who was actually our second speaker, to speak on his behalf. So we're going to allow that and allow her to speak on 2 topics. So the first, or I'll let her tell us when she comes on, but the one will be effective programs regarding racism, and the other, which is her topic, was Black History Curriculum Board Action. Consider approving putting Black History in the CCS curriculum. Ms. Nichols?
President Adair, the first speaker is on the line. Ms. Coleman, go ahead. You have 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I am so happy to be able to address you, President Adair, to the rest of the school board members, and to the superintendent. This is an opportunity for us to share. As you move forward, I know that you have been, your hands are full, not to mention that school is getting ready to start before long, and everyone's in a position now where we're needing all hands on deck. I am not a stranger to the Columbus Public Schools. I graduated from the Columbus Public Schools Central High School, and I'm not even a stranger to Black history, because I protested at that time when I was just a teenager. I protested for Black history back then. And the interesting thing is that here it is again, that it's come full circle. But I also have a master's degree in African American and African Studies, which was formerly called Black Studies. And I have been studying Black history for many, many years. I have an extensive library and have done some teaching. I've taught as a substitute teacher after my mother passed last year. I decided I'd do a little bit of teaching, and I've taught over the years in about 10 different school districts, and can see some of the things that are needed. Yes, and so one of the things that Dr. Tennant, he is a doctor in his right, but Mr. Tennant and I had talked about was how racism had affected, being that George Floyd, with that whole situation, and with the protests that's still going on, and with the coming down of the statues of the Confederate leaders from way back, we had been talking about, how all of this, and even how through the years, there's been a lack of Black history. And so there's a lack of education even on subjects that would basically help people to come out of the state of not knowing what it's all about. At the core of it, of anything where people are racist, is ignorance. It means that you're ignorant of the other person and you're ignorant of their experience, and maybe you've just kind of gotten your own opinion. But if these things are taught at an early age, I believe, and I found out that it does help when students learn about Black history in particular, because since Blacks have been so marginalized in this society, it would bring a balance to the Eurocentric courses, classes, and all the ones that I took. I thought for a long time that Columbus did discover America. I thought for a long time that a lot of the things that were in those books were true, and I come to find out that they really weren't. Well, after I found some things out, I decided to go back to school. And what I should have learned actually in, like the first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, and up, I ended up having to learn that actually as a college student. And so as a college student, I began to study Black history, and I ended up getting a master's degree in it. But what that showed me was that there was a great disservice in the public education, because I went to I graduated from a public education school. And so it showed me that this is still prevalent even today. As I did substitute teaching across the board and different school districts, I still don't see Black history being taught in the from the perspective that it should be taught. And even if it is, it's just a touch on slavery. And slavery is just not enough, because we have ancient Black history that goes back thousands of years. And there were great empires. We have empires that started long before the Europeans emerged, even as a power in the world. And so these things need to be taught, because I think we're doing not only Black students a disservice, but we're also doing a disservice to other ethnic groups, whites and Hispanics and others who are coming maybe fresh in America. They need to know the true history, not the tainted history that we've been exposed to for so long. So I have
Ms. Coleman, your 4 minutes is up. Would you like to now use Mr. Tennett's 4 minutes to continue?
Yes, I'll wind it up. Yeah.
You're fine, you can use his. Okay, keep going.
Okay. So the reason why I'm wanting Black history to be taught, to be included in the curriculum of the Columbus Public Schools, is because the Columbus Public Schools has a predominantly Black student population. And because of that, and even with what's going on with our Black teens getting in gangs and all this kind of stuff, we really need to look at that. And we need this Black history to help in the racial issues that are going on. I believe it would help a whole lot to bring an understanding to our children of true history. I think it's needed for, number one, I have 4 reasons why. To begin to correct the lack of knowledge of Black history among teachers and students. Number 2, I believe that it needs to be done because we will begin to correct Eurocentric dominance in teaching and in learning history in the textbooks and everything. Number 3, it would be to promote the development, of healthy self-esteem in Black students, and also students by teaching true Black history, ancient and modern. A study was done by at Andrews University, which concluded that watching Black history documentaries can improve young African-American males' racial identity, self-efficacy, and self-esteem, specifically those from high poverty areas. And so some studies have been done. I can't give it all in this little bit, but number 4, to undo intentional marginalized Black students that is rooted in a white-dominated educational system, destructive, particularly to Black children. And this is something that there have been studies on it as to how we lose Black boys at a certain point, and many of them end up being in the prison system. I believe that if we started early and we do the kind of communication, the kind of teaching that we need, that we could prevent some of this. Many times African Americans are portrayed in schools as savage, barbaric people who, were forced here, of course, but luckily to be here and were happy slaves. And so we don't want any of those kind of images and those kind of things, because they're not really true. Ancient history, the great empires, as I've mentioned, those should be included because it gives us a reference point before slavery. And then number 5, and the final point, is to get in step with the times in which we live, where systemic oppression and racial inequity has caused many Black students to end up in the wrong place, prison, or dead, or just not able to really go out into society and be successful. We want all of our students to be successful. I love all students. I have a passion for children and love them. And I want to work with the school board to help in developing the curriculum for Black history. I am willing, I will be willing to give you consultation. I have done some research in this area. I do have other friends who are in the field, and I believe that we can move forward from this point. I know your plate is full right now, and I was thinking of this for the 21-22 school year. That way we could work on it during this year. I'd be willing to work with someone to just start getting it ready to roll out next year. That way, we don't have that kind of pressure. You have too much to handle right now, and I'm praying for everybody.
Well, thank you, Ms. Coleman. We certainly appreciate all that. And certainly your enthusiasm about ensuring that especially our Black children understand their history, both modern and ancient. Board members, do you have any questions for Ms. Coleman? Dr. Pierce?
Ms. Coleman, thank you so much for your remarks as an individual who has a degree in African and African American studies and done extensive research and taught in that area. I appreciate you for coming tonight to give this comment, not just to our board, but to our community and district. My question is, do you have a potential pilot program that you would be interested in taking to the schools, taking out into the community? Where do you see your first step with this project being? Is it district-wide, or could it be a pilot project that goes from school to school?
I would like for it to be district-wide, but of course we can begin. I'm not against beginning with a pilot program, but it would be great if it could be district-wide. But of course, that's going to take a little bit more work. I am aware of your curriculum management audit that was just done, and I know that any proposed course would have to come, be in sync with the other things that you're doing as well. And so I think a good place to start would be with, I don't know, we probably need to talk about it and see what's best for first steps, because I'm kind of open to that. And I think after we have the right conversations and then we are able to look at the situation, then we can know if we just need the pilot program or if we need it throughout. My goal was to get it throughout, but I'm willing to do a pilot program.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Board Member Ragland.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mrs. Coleman, for your report today and for your thoughts behind this. Might I suggest that we link up with the African and African American Studies Department at The Ohio State University for the development and support of this. I've had several conversations with Dr. Simone Drake, who is also interested in this type of work across the district. She is a district graduate from Columbus Alternative and is chairing that department right now. She and her team have already begun some work down this road. And I think that a lot of the work that you have established, as well as the report that you sent to us prior to this meeting, would be complementary to the work that is already occurring there with Dr. Drake and Dr. Johnson Jeffries and several members of her staff. And so if we can be a link between you and your former department there at the university, I would love to do that. My information is readily available, and I'd love to get you in front of Dr. Drake that may be able to help further your cause in developing this. Thank you very much for your report tonight. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Ragland. Hold on, don't leave yet. We have one more question from Board Member Brown. Unmute yourself, Board Member Brown.
Yes, I can't do that with the space bar. Thank you. And thank you for the presentation and for your thought and experience that has gone into this. I think the idea is a really good one. And I think that it'd be nice to see us develop something and to participate in the development and perhaps even have some students who can help participate in the development of a curriculum. And I thank you also for your appreciation of some of the things that need to go into this and making sure before we do anything that it does align with the board's goals, with the portrait of a graduate that we're developing with the matters that came out of the audit. But our school administrators will do a good job with that. I did want to mention, I know you said perhaps not for this coming academic year, but for the following 21-22 school year, I would simply suggest that you not ignore the possibility that much learning is going to continue online even beyond the upcoming school year, and that as curriculum is developed from now on, I think we always have to keep in mind an online component or potentially all of it. And that's all. Thank you.
Yes, good point.
Thank you. Vice President Reyes.
Thank you. I hope my mic works now.
It is. We can hear
you. Minister Coleman, thank you very much for talking to us. I really appreciate, I think one of the things that perhaps you were unable to highlight in the 8 minutes we gave you was your experiences and your exposure to some of our great civil rights leaders that is not going to be learned and taught in some of our books. So you've always been very involved with our schools. Sometimes a lot of people don't know who you are because you do like to work in the background. But I do appreciate your continued support and being available for our students. And look forward to hearing more about this project.
Thank you.
Board Member Beckerly.
I just want to say thank you. I couldn't agree more with all that you said. And I see this as, while it's a curriculum initiative, falling under and being driven by our equity policy as well. I think it plays in both places, or it should be driven by our desire for equity as well as improving our curriculum.
Thank you, Board Member Beckerly. Yeah, I agree that this is something, and I think something that the board in even, you know, looking at the audit, as well as our equity agenda, as well as you know, Dr. Pierce's work on drafting that resolution against racism in education. All of this is so critical to ensuring that the true history is told. And that's why, if you remember back at Black History Month, we did do our own CCS Black History so that students and the community could understand how we had racism and what experiences our Black students had. So these conversations are absolutely critical. And I know that the superintendent and team are also interested in this, ensuring that all of our curriculum is culturally competent. And so we will continue to work on this throughout. So I know that the superintendent is going to reach out to you offline, and we will continue this conversation. So thank you so much, Ms. Coleman, as well as speaking for yourself, and Mr. Tennant. Please wish him well for us. Thank you.
Well, my pleasure. Look forward to working with everyone.
Okay, Ms. Nichols will disappear for a moment and get our next speaker, who will be William Nolan, sorry, I might have mispronounced that, to talk to us about the spread of COVID-19. He would like us to listen to his ideas on how to slow the virus down. We would all love to learn more about that, I'm sure. We will wait for Ms. Nichols to appear with Mr. Nolan.
President Adair, the second speaker's on the line. Mr. Nowlin, you have 4 minutes. Go ahead and begin.
Yes, I'm William Nowlin, and I want to offer a suggestion here that I think might make it a little bit safer for people that are in any enclosed. As you can see from my write-up here, any enclosed structure, I think people are more likely to get infected. I think that's where if people are in there that are infected, that's where they're most likely going to infect other people. And what I am suggesting is that you place another filter on the output of the filter of the HVAC system, the heating and cooling system. And in my write-up here, I suggest I even have purchased a piece of the material for the N95 face mask. And if I had been there in person, I would have shown how I could have put that on really my home filter in my home. But any HVAC system consists of a system where it pulls in some fresh air for combustion when it needs to heat the air in the area, and passes it through a filter, basically a dust filter. All HVAC systems have that. And what I am suggesting is that you place another filter on the output side of the filter, the existing filter in the system. And this would cleanse the air somewhat from take the virus out, hopefully, and then return it to the intake. And if you visualize your heating and cooling system in your home, it's exactly the same thing. The heat comes up, the cold air, the warm air comes up through the vents and the floors. Then you have the high registered vents that return the air to the furnace. And that's all I'm suggesting, just add another filter on the output of the filter in the system. And I believe that from my write-up, what I'm saying is that I think that this would reduce the probability to near zero for anybody that's... Dorita, I'm on the phone. Sorry, my wife's calling me. This would allow the air to be, be cleansed somewhat of the, reduce the possibility of people getting infected because of someone coming in unknowingly being infected. And it's very simple. And I believe that from my write-up, I'm saying that I believe that we can basically stop the spread of this virus.
Thank you, Mr. Nowlin. Actually, there has been quite a bit of talk already in the district about ventilation. So your comments are right on track. And we did, I want you to know, receive the information you sent us. Board members, any questions or comments for Mr. Nowlin?
Yes, Madam President.
Mr. Cole?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Nowlin. Would you care to share your background and experience in this area of HVAC or what in that world may be called rough mechanicals, those types of things? Would you share your experience on that, what your background is?
Well, my background is I'm an electrical engineer. I retired from AT&T as a systems test engineer. And I have little or no experience with HVAC systems, but this is just common sense, I think. And that's why I'm making a suggestion that I am. I'm a professional engineer. I have the license for electrical engineering. I didn't need it for the job that I had, but I had it.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Dr. Pierce?
So, Mr. Nowlin, thank you so much for your comments. I'm smiling just from ear to ear with your comments, along with our first speaker, Mrs. Coleman's comments, because as we think about how we respond to COVID-19, we're going to need all hands on deck. We're going to need ideas coming from everyone in the community. And starting this meeting off, as we start off this school year with such participation, just literally warms my heart. So thank you for bringing this idea to us, for acknowledging the importance of getting our students back to school in a safe way that deters the spread of COVID-19. I absolutely love this idea. I do have a question related to, do you know how often the filter would have to be replaced or changed?
Well, actually, I make a suggestion in my little write-up. I'm suggesting that the filter should be changed at least every 24 hours, changed or sanitized every 24 hours. That's just, I guess on my part. So the point is, if this air is recirculating and hopefully this filter is taking out a lot of the virus, or mostly all of the virus. And if you look at my little write-up here, I'm saying that the N95 face mask reportedly has a 95% effective rate of removing the viruses. So that's why I purchased. I thought the meeting was going to be face-to-face, but I was prepared to take one of my filters from my home HVAC system and show you how I would propose to insert this mask over the output of that filter. And that's,
I appreciate you for explaining that. I think it's important for our families to understand that with this solution, how often the filter will have to be replaced. And again, I appreciate you for bringing this great idea to us. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have any, experience on that. I mean, I'm just saying that I think that you could probably get away with changing it about every 24 hours, or at least sanitizing it. And really, I haven't told you the whole story about this. I am working on something else that's a little more involved, but it works on the basically the same principle, but more involved.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Nowlin. Again, I want to echo what Dr. Pierce said. We're all in this together, and it is certainly going to take innovative ideas and the community stepping up. So we really appreciate you wanting to help us and help get our kids back in buildings much quicker. So thank you for sharing this evening. Ms. Nichols, we will now get ready for our last speaker. We have Vladimir Kogan, who wants to talk about district negotiations with the Columbus Education Association. The board action requested is insist that the memorandum of understanding that will govern distance learning this fall puts the interest of students first. But before Mr. Kogan comes on, I just want to take an opportunity to make a brief comment about that before he comments. It is the job of every single person associated with our district, including this board, to ensure that all students' interests are always put first. And so that is a #1 priority. To insinuate otherwise is really not acceptable. We have a lot to work on. We have a lot to work on together, but everyone puts students first. That has to be the underlying principle in everything that we do. Ms. Nichols, we will now hear from Mr. Kogan.
Mr. Kogan, you have 4 minutes. Go ahead and begin. Mr. Kogan, you can go ahead and begin. The call dropped. Let me get him back on the line. Okay. All right, Mr. Kogan, you have 4 minutes. You can go ahead and begin.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Dixon. President Adair, I think I caught a piece of your introductory remarks, but I apologize. I got disconnected. But I'm here today because, as you often remind us, the board's work is about kids and putting kids first, not adults. And I hope that is the philosophy that the board will bring to your ongoing negotiations with the Columbus Education Association regarding the resumption of virtual learning this fall. Specifically, I ask you to avoid repeating some of the mistakes of last spring and not agree to another memorandum of understanding that puts the interests of adults first. One that sets no clear expectations for teacher-led learning, and by banning virtual walkthroughs, gives building principals no tools to ensure that student learning actually continues. As a result of the earlier agreement, I think we saw in many CCS buildings very minimal real-time interactions between students and their teachers this spring. I really appreciated the video that board member Beckerly introduced earlier, but I think we all know that was not a typical experience for most of the students in the district this spring. And I ask that the new MOU that you negotiate address this and include the following. So one, clear expectations about daily synchronous teaching and learning. The recent agreement between the San Diego Unified School District and its teachers offers a great model. It guarantees 240 minutes of daily live interactions, including 3 hours of live whole group and small group instruction, and an additional hour for personalized one-on-one tutoring. Two, provide monitoring and accountability tools for principals and parents. Although months passed, the district still has not released any concrete data on student participation from the spring, aside from telling us the number of students who logged into Clever. What % of our students submitted work on iReady? What was the average amount of time each student spent learning each day? We have no idea. A recent audit on student engagement in Los Angeles, for example, showed that only half of the students who logged into that district's online system actually submitted assignments in the spring. Canvas, your new learning management system, and the several virtual learning platforms you're going to spend about $2 million tonight to license, come with really great analytics and can all produce daily reports on student usage. These should be shared daily with building principals and made public on the district's digital dashboard website, in the same way that you used to report daily attendance in each school. 3, make up for lost instructional time. We know that students will learn far less online than they could have if schools were open in person. Yet our district has decided to compound these learning losses by shortening the school year by nearly 2 weeks to make time for professional development. I ask that you extend the school year to help students make up lost ground in the spring once in-person learning resumes. Now, I realize this is a really controversial request, but we should remember that the collective bargaining agreement you negotiated last year at a time of historically low unemployment promises teachers a 3% raise on top of the regular step increases that nearly all teachers will receive as well. With many parents in this district facing unpaid furloughs, layoffs, and unemployment, it seems reasonable to ask the teaching staff to work a few extra weeks into the summer to help their students. I read the Dispatch article this morning about teachers protesting school reopenings in Central Ohio. And one slogan against restarting that was used was, quote, "One dead child is one too many." And it reminded me of the awful toll that this summer's epidemic of gun violence has already taken on our city's youth. We know that since June, at least half a dozen of our city's young people have lost their lives. For all of us, this should be a reminder of the weighty stakes involved. When schools are closed, parents at work, and recreational activities limited, our children face significant harms. These are precisely the conditions that students will again face this fall. Although gun violence may be the most salient and tragic risk, we must remember the other ways the ongoing interruption of student learning is affecting our city's youth and families. This includes abuse that is not being caught and reported, along with significant increases in risk of not completing high school, of harms like teenage pregnancy and involvement in the criminal justice system.
Thank you, Mr. Kogan.
It will affect our children.
Thank you, Mr. Kogan. Board members, do you have any questions or comments from Mr. Kogan? I think I saw Dr. Pierce. Yes.
I defer to Board Member Beckerly if she would like to go first.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Board Member Beckerly.
Thanks very much both for your comments and the detailed suggestions. I think there's a lot to be considered in terms of your suggestions especially. And I also think that your point about the video that I shared not being necessarily what's happening across the district, in that I think that this is an incredible opportunity for technology and the devices, and a lot of training and professional development needs to come with that in order for our teachers to be the highest and most effective levels. And I think that intentionality about that is critical. And I think that appreciate them.
Okay, so Board Member Beckerly, you are breaking up a little bit, so you may want to check your connection. I think we heard.
I know I'm not.
We heard most of that. So I'll go to Dr. Pierce now.
So, Doctor, thank you for bringing this research and for bringing these recommendations to our attention. My question for you is, are you familiar with the current research that's being conducted around home shame, around the limitations for students to commit to synchronized learning patterns?
I'm familiar with some of that research. I'm also familiar, with other research about the benefits of synchronized learning in terms of helping folks plan their schedule. One thing that we know for families with internet access problems in particular, having a very specific time, when students meet regularly with their class is really beneficial. And that was certainly, I think, our experience at Ohio State in the spring. It was the students that had internet access issues that really most requested having synchronous classes, because it was easier for them to set aside that time to tell family members, hey, I really need to block this off for my schoolwork. And it made, coordinating access to technology, I think easier. Obviously, I think it's a terrible situation, regardless whether it's synchronous or not. If you are in a family where you are having access, where you face challenges with technology. But my sense is, that the evidence suggests that synchronous learning really does help at least minimize the logistical challenges.
Well, the new research is showing that synchronous learning does help, but it's also showing that we have to be ever mindful of positionality, specifically power and privilege and how it operates. So new research is also showing that when we mandate a pattern of synchronized learning, we have to be mindful that some students, some of their families don't follow the same pattern of learning that some families may, right? So just as the young lady in Board Member Beckerly's video showed, she's helping to take care of her siblings, so she might not be able to get on to do synchronous learning with her peers at 9 a.m. So as a district, we need to be flexible enough to provide opportunities for that student to get asynchronous learning. So I think as we as a district, as we as a community think about these solutions, we have to be ever mindful of the role that positionality plays, power and privilege. And this aligns with our diversity, equity, and inclusion policies that we're pushing forward. When we make these recommendations, we have to understand that the lived experience of our students are very different from neighborhood to neighborhood, street to street, based upon who has access to what hotspot or what computer. I would also like to point out that very right of you to mention what we're seeing in terms of gun violence in our community. When our students are in school, they're learning and they're moving towards their goals and their dreams. However, again, I would caution us to be mindful of how our entire environment contributes to the experience of our students. It goes far beyond just school. School plays a critical part and role, but as you mentioned, it also goes to having robust programs in neighborhoods and communities for our students that are both academically focused, that are focused on social and emotional learning, that are also focused on physical wellness. We have to ensure that within our entire community, and that is the Central Ohio region, that we are all putting students first. And what that means is that we're all working together and continuing, because we see the great work that our public engagement department is doing, that we continue the great work to partner with corporations, nonprofits, and our schools to ensure that we're providing opportunities for our students to be in safe, nurturing, loving environments. And so again, I would just hope that as you continue to bring your recommendations forward, that you stay ever mindful of the role that diversity, equity, and inclusion plays in the lived experience of our students, and also positionality. Understand that all of our students are coming to us from different spaces and places and with different backgrounds, and we need to be mindful and be ready to embrace every student as they are, as they come to us, ready to teach and ready to help them achieve their dreams.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Any other comments? So I just want to make known that we have a lot of plans that are yet to be announced, and we have actually, Dr. Dixon will announce We have a special meeting next week to just talk all about academics. And we've said this before, when the whole world has been impacted by COVID-19, not just our district. And so the whole world had to make a shift. Our whole community had to make a shift. And, you know, what we did in March was not perfect, nowhere near perfect, but we all did the best we could. And you saw products from that. That's what that video was. And we have lots of steps to go. But the things that you speak about ensuring rigor and measurement and accountability, those are all things that we want. So we don't disagree with you. And I would ask anyone that is going to come from our community, just as Ms. Coleman and Mr. Nallen did, come to us. You know, you see a problem, we need to hear from you, but come with solutions, come with ideas, come with an open mind, come with a idea of sharing and empathy, something that we are trying to, you know, instill in our students, so that we can really move forward together. I honestly, I don't feel like a game of gotcha is productive right now in the middle of a pandemic. And so that's my ask to you as a person, as a mom, as a leader in this community. Mr. Kogan, Dr. Kogan, you have a lot of valuable insight, a lot of research. Your thoughts are actually very much aligned with where we're going. But sometimes I think that the manner in which it comes through, your full message can't be heard because it is met with resistance. Rightly so. Board Member Ragland.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to disagree slightly there. I think his message was heard very clearly. Oftentimes, we're not used to hearing messages being given to us as directly as this one was given from our standpoint. And over the last several decades, in my opinion, that has done a disservice to our students because we have not encouraged an environment where people could come to us with solutions that might not be agreeable to the members of the board, but might forward the advancement of students academically. And I think that's what this was today. In my opinion, I am looking forward to hearing Dr. Dixon address many of the issues that Dr. Kogan has offered up to us in a solution-driven format today, and juxtaposed against what he called a memorandum of understanding with the adults that are charged to implement some of these suggestions that he has given to us. Standards for accountability for us should be very clearly articulated. And I know that Dr. Dixon and her team are working very diligently on this. We've had these conversations before, but what I don't want to do is discourage the type of thought that was put into the presentation tonight and the professionalism with which the presentation was given, simply because it may be a bit harmful to the ears of those that are sitting around this table. Sometimes we need some good medicine, and sometimes our students need for us to get that good medicine in its rawest form. And I believe that's what that was tonight. And I don't think that it's our place to discourage the public from speaking out in the way that they did through all of our presentations tonight, and in particular, Professor Kogan's. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Board Member. Let me be clear. I do not disagree with Mr. Kogan. In fact, I agree with a lot of the things he said. I appreciate that he comes with reason, with research. And I truly know, I know that Dr. Kogan does have our kids at the forefront. Like, he is looking for solutions for our children. So that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying, though, we need people to come with solutions, with help, with innovation. That's the point I'm driving. Dr. Kogan is right, and we are addressing a lot of that. And we will hear a lot more about that in reports today as well as next week. What I don't, and this is to slam us really for things that have happened in the past in the middle of a pandemic, and say that that's where we are now. We are not there now. We are not in March where everyone had to pick up a laptop and figure out how to get online. That's not where we are. And so, you know, we have to take where we are, and we're going to hear all about that. School is going to be different. School is different from March. School is different from this summer. School is going to be different, and it's going to be better. And every day we will work to make it better is the point. So I don't disagree. Everything that Dr. Kogan said, and we need this. We need this dialogue. Absolutely, Board Member Ragland. Thank you, Dr. Board Member Brown.
Thank you. I simply wanted to say to Dr. Kogan, thank you for sharing your perspective. I appreciated hearing that and hearing your thoughts, and for stimulating some additional thinking among those of us on the board and perhaps our administrators as well. So please stay involved and continue to share your perspective.
Thank you, Board Member Brown. Thank you, Dr. Kogan. We do look forward to hearing from you again. All right, that concludes public comment for this evening. We will now move into item 5, notice of public hearing on reemployment of retired employees, item 5.1. So this is notice of the public hearing. So pursuant to Ohio Revised Code section 3309.345, the Columbus Board of Education gives notice that Bruce E. Nicely, psychologist, who is retired from the Columbus City Schools effective June 12, 2020, is seeking reemployment with the Columbus City Schools as psychologist effective October 7, 2020. The board will hold a public hearing on October 6, 2020 at 5:30. This will be done virtually during our meeting. And we will continue, we will hear that case for Mr. Nicely. So if you would like to provide any testimony for Mr. Nicely, please do that for that meeting. Item 5.2, notice of public hearing on reemployment of Grace M. Oh, I don't know how to say her name. Marcino, somebody correct me. I don't know. Okay. Pursuant to Ohio Revised Code section 3309.345, the Columbus Board of Education gives notice that Grace M. Marico, teacher, I'm so sorry, who retired from Columbus City Schools effective May 31st, 2019, is seeking employment with the Columbus City Schools as teacher effective October 7, 2020. The board will hold a public hearing on October 6, 2020 at 5:30 virtually on the reemployment.
Madam President, that's Marasco.
Thank you, sir, Marasco. I apologize to Ms. Marasco. All right. We will now move to item 6. We have report from the superintendent. Madam Superintendent, I turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, President Adair. I have a number of topics to cover this evening that are of importance to our community. As we continue, I'm sorry, let me pause just a second. My screen just went blank. Scott, my screen, sorry, yeah, my screen went blank when you, okay, now it's, okay. Okay, hold just a second, Scott. Maybe let me move the screen here. My apologies. I'm now having technical difficulties. Okay, Scott, just try it again. Okay, Scott, I'm sorry. Let's try it again and see, will that work? Okay. All right. So as you know, I announced last week that Columbus City Schools will begin the 2020-21 school year fully remote, meaning all virtual learning for grades pre-K through 12. We will operate in a completely virtual learning environment through at least the first quarter, which is Tuesday, September 8th through Tuesday, October 27th. Although it was our hope that we can return to some form of in-person learning in September, the risk of bringing back 50,000 students and 9,000 employees to our buildings in the fall is far too great. Even with the use of all social distancing protocols that we all know about, we cannot take the risk. Safety must be everyone's top priority. Providing a safe learning environment for our students and staff is always a tremendous responsibility, especially during this very serious COVID-19 pandemic. Public health conditions have worsened. The spread of the new COVID-19 infections continues to increase in the city of Columbus and within our school district boundaries and zip codes. Governor DeWine announced just today that all students across the state from kindergarten through 12th grade will be required to wear masks during in-person learning this school year. This is in addition to his earlier order that all teachers and staff will be required to wear face coverings. We know how serious this virus is and the precautions that we all need to take in order to slow the spread and protect our students, families, staff, and community. As we learn more from the health experts, our team will continue to engage with families and staff and seek feedback throughout the first quarter of the year to make any necessary adjustments to learning environments and plans for the second quarter of the year. As we have explored solutions and options for our families who may not feel comfortable with their students attending school in person at all this year, we were able to create the new CCS Digital Academy. This is a completely virtual, self-paced option for students in grades kindergarten through 12. Many of our families have already taken advantage of the Digital Academy option when registration closed on August 1st. We had nearly 6,000 students enroll. That's 5,849 students to be exact, which is 12% of our total student enrollment district-wide. This includes 3,145 students in grade kindergarten through 5, 1,366 students in grades 6 through 8, and 1,338 students in grades 9 through 12. Students who are registered for the Digital Academy will remain enrolled in the completely virtual platform through at least the first semester of the school year. We will be connecting with these families in the near future to outline expectations and next steps. Hundreds of Columbus City Schools families, as well as some staff, continue to take advantage of the great information and updates coming from our series of virtual family engagement sessions. The online Zoom sessions are hosted every Tuesday and Thursday starting at 6 p.m. by our Department of Engagement and experts from departments throughout the district. Just this past week, we hosted 2 engagement sessions on the K-12 Digital Academy, trying to help parents understand the difference between the new self-paced Digital Academy and the school-based teacher-led remote learning model. Representatives from Edgenuity and Apex were part of the sessions and gave parents a closer look at the online platforms for our digital academy. Because we had such high demand from families wanting this information, our virtual family engagement sessions was also carried on Facebook Live, and nearly 6,000 people viewed the sessions in less than 24 hours. So this week, our virtual family engagement sessions are focused on providing information to our new American and immigrant families. In fact, there is one session going on right now in Spanish with experts from our English as a second language team. Interpreters are part of these special sessions to help share information and answer parent questions. Families can sign up to attend the virtual family engagement sessions, or they can go back to watch previous sessions by visiting our district website in the special section on reopening. So it is important that we have that information there and families can go back and review it at any time. We have several new participants on our Zoom call this evening, and I would like to take this opportunity to introduce some of our new leaders in the district. First, please welcome our new Chief Equity Officer, Dr. Dion Blue, who started her position yesterday. As we have discussed many times over the past year, I am committed, as I know the Board of Education is as well, to addressing the inequities that exist in our district and in our schools. We must be forward-thinking and proactive in tackling this important work head on. Equity and cultural competencies are priorities for Columbus City Schools and the Board of Education. As the district's first ever Chief Equity Officer, Dr. Blue will lead these efforts as part of our leadership team. Most recently, Dr. Blue served as the Chief Diversity Officer for Evansville Vanderbilt School Corporation, where she was responsible for creating and implementing a comprehensive and collaborative vision for diversity, equity, and inclusion for the third largest school district in Indiana. Prior to her role in Evansville, Dr. Blue provided assistance to urban schools across Ohio as a program officer on the Gates Foundation's small school initiatives at the Knowledge Works Foundation in Cincinnati. As a previous higher ed education professional turned K-12 administrator, Dr. Blue has developed a unique perspective on ways to build more cohesive systems to help all students be more successful from preschool through post-secondary education. Dr. Blue earned her PhD in integrated teaching and learning from The Ohio State University, where her research focused on racial identity development and the impact of social context on education. She earned a master's degree from Washington State University and a bachelor's degree from Spelman College. I'm excited to work with Dr. Blue and see the impact that she can have on behalf of students in our community. So now I would like to turn it over to Dr. Blue just to say a few words. Dr. Blue?
Good evening, members of the board, President Adair, Dr. Dixon. It's my pleasure to be here, and I'm really looking forward to the impact that we're going to have working together. I know that you all have, both individually and collectively, a vision for equity for the district, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about what you see happening in the district and how I can work with you all to help make sure that that happens. So I'm excited to be here. I'm looking forward to the work. I know we have a lot to do, but we all have a lot to do. So I'm looking forward to it.
Well, thank you, Dr. Blue. The organization have been waiting a year for this position, and we're so happy to have you and the expertise on the team. And again, you have the support of the community and of the board, and we know that you're going to help us do great work for our students.
Thank you.
So yesterday, I had the opportunity to provide a welcome back message with all of our school building administrators. I cannot overstate the importance of our principals and school administrators for the great work that they do leading in our school buildings and their surrounding neighborhoods. We have a number of new principals to the district, as well as veteran principals in new roles within the district. I would now like to turn it over to our Chief of Transformation and Leadership, Dr. Angela Chapman, who has prepared a few videos to introduce you to our newest school leaders. And all of our new school leaders are on tonight on the Zoom conference. Dr. Chapman?
Good evening, President Adair, Superintendent Dixon, and members of the board. The recommendation to add an additional layer of support to our school leaders builds on our district-wide strategy to develop a deliberate approach to cultivating and supporting school leaders, which we refer to as our principal pipeline work, which offers a strategy to improve schools district-wide, boost principal retention, and improve student achievement. The research is clear that the influence of the principal is second only to classroom teachers in determining the outcome of school-related influences on student learning and central to turning around distressed schools. The role of the principal coaches is to build the capacity of first and second year principals and assistant principals. Our first and second year leaders will receive personalized professional development that recognizes their strengths and enhances their growth. Our principals and APs will work directly with the principal leadership coach assigned to their region, who will guide and advise them throughout the year to support a successful transition into school leadership. Principals and assistant principals will meet with their coaches for regular touch points and gather them with their cohort for monthly sessions focused on key topics related to developing effective administrators and increasing student achievement. Again, this is an additional layer of leadership support that will be offered to all of our first and second year principals and assistant principals this year. And for the upcoming school year, we have hired 22 new principals and 19 assistant principals. Of these 41 leadership transitions, 35 of these vacancies were filled with internal candidates and 6 were external. In addition, 9 of our leadership interns were promoted to either an AP or principal position for the upcoming school year. Now we would like to share a short video message that was curated by our amazing communications team to introduce all of our new leaders to the board and to the CCS community. There are 3 separate videos that will play in the following order. First, you will hear from our principal coaches. Next, you will hear from the elementary principals and APs, and then that will be followed by our secondary principals and APs. Thank you.
Hello, I am Diane Campbell, and this year I'll be serving as a school leadership coach for Region 1. Most exciting conditions for teachers to teach, students to learn, and for staff to do what is best for all students and families. I am most excited to serve our leaders in their challenging but rewarding roles as building leaders this school year.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Patton, School Leadership Coach for Region 2. What I'm most excited about this new opportunity is that I will be supporting building administrators through these uncertain times to build resilience by discovering new innovative ways to learn.
Greetings, my name is Ed Baker. I'm the Principal Leadership Coach assigned to Region 3, and I am most excited about supporting leaders to provide high quality education for our students, as well as gaining new. I look forward to serving our students and our administrators.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth McNally, and I'm very excited to be the leadership coach for the fabulous Region 4. I am so grateful to have the opportunity to support the amazing students and staff within the Columbus City School District in this new role. It is going to be a great year, and I can't wait to work alongside all of you.
Hello, my name is James Esslinger, and I am a principal leadership coach assigned to Region 5. I'm looking forward in this new capacity. In particular, I'm excited to be working alongside such talented and smart administrators.
Hi, my name is Shelley. I'm proud new principal of Highland Elementary School. This year, I'm looking forward to continuing to wonderful work with our staff, students, and parents, and to continue to engage our students to develop the ongoing supports they need to be 100% successful.
Hi, my name is Jill Lausch, and I am the new principal of Gables Elementary. I am so excited to be back here at Gables again. I look forward to seeing students, parents, and the community soon. Take care.
Hello, my name is Elementary School, and I'm excited to be here as a part of the Columbus City Schools administrative team.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Katina Foley, the newly appointed principal at Wyland Park Elementary. As some of you know, this is a homecoming for me because this is where I started my career within Columbus City Schools. This year, I look forward to serving and growing with my staff and families within the Wyland Park community. Let's have a great year.
Hi, I'm Shauna Davis. I'm the new assistant principal at Hewley Elementary School, and I'm looking forward to staff, students, and families.
Hello, I'm Angela Sweeney, and I'm the new interim principal at Columbus Spanish Immersion Academy. And I am so looking forward to working with the students and staff again at CSIA.
Hi, my name is Julia Pierpont, and I'm the new principal at Como Elementary School. I am most excited to meet the families and the students and my staff in the Linden neighborhood. Go Dragons!
Hello, I'm Dr. Kelvin Watson. I'm the new principal at Eastgate Elementary School, and I'm so excited. Can't wait to meet all the scholars, teachers, and staff. Can't wait to see you. Go Tigers!
My name is Sandra Santos, and I am the proud principal of the new Dual Immersion Middle School. I am so excited to begin my planning for the 21-22 school year. I am looking forward to collaborating with students, families, staff, and community members.
Hi, my name is Jenny Mead, and I am the proud new principal at Wedgwood Middle School. I am thrilled to begin the year and to meet the students, family, and community. Go Warriors!
Hi, I am Shannon Tucker. I am honored to serve as the new principal for Columbus City Preparatory School for Girls. I am so excited to meet the young ladies of CCPSG, all of the staff, and the families. I look forward to this new school year. Stay safe, and I'll see you soon.
Hello, my name is Ty Cornuth. I'm the proud principal of Columbus City Preparatory School for Boys. I'm excited to learn with our families and fly high with all of our Falcon community.
Hello, my name is Dr. Marvin Bernard Jones, and I am the new principal at Johnson Park Middle School. The staff and the parents, essentially the culture of that particular school, and working with other great educators in CCS.
Good day. My name is Roderick Vaughn Watson Jr., and I'm excited. I was formerly the assistant principal. What I'm most excited about this year is being able to continue to serve the community in which I live, which is the Yorktown community. I also look forward to interacting with staff, students, parents, and the community so that we can continue to renew relationships and allow Yorktown to continue to be on the rise. Hashtag stronger together, all hands on deck.
Hello, my name is Brittany McCord. I am the new proud assistant principal at Yorktown Middle School. I look forward to families.
Good afternoon. My name is Kerry Cordell. I'm the proud new assistant principal at Buckeye Middle School. Looking forward to have a fantastic school year and increasing student achievement for all students at middle school. See you soon.
Greetings, greetings. My name is Doc West, and I'm the new principal of Columbus Iota 612. I am eager to get to know our new staff. I look forward to working with everyone in the Columbus Iota Shark community in order for our full potential. Sharks are always moving forward. Go Sharks.
Hello, my name is Michelle Martin, and I'm the very excited assistant principal at Columbus Iota 612 School, home of the Sharks. I am so looking forward to working with all of our students, our families, and our staff this school year. Bye for now.
My name is Dr. Donis Toller Jr. I am the proud new principal of Independence High School. I look forward to kicking off the school year with you, the students in high school. See you soon. Be well.
Hi, my name is Christy Nickerson, and I'm the proud new principal of South High School. I look forward to building relationships with all of our South family, staff, and community in this unprecedented time, and ensuring that each student is academically and socially successful. I'm looking forward to meeting you. See you soon.
Hello, I'm Dr. Brent Sells, one of the new assistant principals at West High School. I'm excited to join an excellent staff in serving the students and families of one of our most historic schools. Best to West.
My name is Yolanda Stewart. I'll be serving as assistant principal at West High School, home of the Cowboys this year. I'm looking forward to building capacity families I'll be supporting this year. I am interested in working collaboratively with our amazing administrative team and others throughout our district to build a system of equity for all of our students and families so that ultimately they're empowered an entrepreneurial endeavor or the military. Thank you, and go Cowboys.
Hi, my name is Zachary Riggs, and I am the proud new principal of Columbus North International School. I cannot wait to connect with them all, and I cannot wait to start the new school year. Go Lions.
Hi, my name is Dion Drakeford. I am the new assistant principal at Beechcroft High School. I'm excited to be here at Beechcroft, looking at staff connection with the students that we serve.
Hello, my name is Dr. Michael McCory, and I'm the new assistant principal at Lyndon McKinley STEM Academy. I look forward to getting to meet and be a part of the Panther family and to ensure that we all move forward successfully together as a family. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Janet Love. I will be an assistant principal at Mifflin High School. I'm excited to serve all of our proud Punchard staff, students, and families. I'm looking forward to getting this new school year. Let's go, Punchers.
Hello, my name is Crystal Sanders, and I am so excited to be the assistant principal for Fort Hays Metropolitan Education Center. I'm looking forward to collaborating with administration, staff, students, and parents, and the community to ensure our students are highly engaged and receiving high quality instruction, especially for our scholars within the career technical education programs. Thank you so much, and I'm excited about this school year.
So thank you, Dr. Chapman, and thank you to all of our principals who have committed to leading our schools and serving our students. We are expecting great things from you. I know our community will be so happy to embrace you, and the students and staff are looking forward to your leadership. understand that principals, as a principal, you set the culture and climate. You're the ones that are responsible for making sure that learning takes place and that students are so involved in their education experience, even in these unprecedented times. And we know that we have chosen the right leaders for all of our buildings. And I am so excited to see the work that you're going to lead during this school year. So board, if you can just give them a hand clap, please, because I'm going over to the next. So you see from the board members, they're excited about all our leaders. So we know that the heart of our work is teaching and learning, which makes our academic service team critical to the success of our organization. So I would like to welcome our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Tracy Ocasio, to introduce her new team members and their roles in leading the district. So Dr. Ocasio.
Good evening, everyone. I look forward to introducing you to two of our new executive directors, and I'm going to let them introduce their new team members. So my first executive director is responsible for curriculum and instruction. The role involves curriculum development, looking at the teaching and learning process, and supporting our teachers with these resources. So without anything further, I'm going to ask Elise Clark, our new executive director, to share with you the members of her team that are new to the district, or some are not new to the district, some are returning, and some were in the district. So she will share her new team members with you.
Dr. Ocasio, I'm sorry, can I pause for just a second? I made a mistake. We could just pause for the academic team. If I could just have all of those principals, assistant principals, you can turn your screens on, please, so that the board members can see your faces, all our principals and assistant principals. If you can please turn your screens on. My apologies. Please turn your screens on. Do I have them all, Dr. Chapman and Scott? Look at there. Board members, you see, these are all of our new leaders. There's still some more to happen, but these are all of our principals and our assistant principals. Again, welcome to many of you, your first board members, which y'all are your first board member in meeting in this capacity. So my apologies for that slight error. I was not following protocol. Thank you, Scott, for providing that update. Okay, so now, Dr. Ocasio, we will turn it over to you, and we would like the academic team, as you introduce yourselves, they won't have a video for the academic team, but they will turn their video on and present themselves as they introduce themselves. Okay, so back to the academic services team. Is it Elise Clark?
Yes, Elise Clark, our new executive director, and we're going to ask the team members to make sure their camera is on and that they do a brief introduction, a hello, and share who they are. So Elise Clark, please introduce your team.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to introduce the additions to our team. We'll start with Kenton Lee. He is going to be our Director of Secondary Curriculum. Catherine Myers is going to be our Supervisor of Secondary Curriculum. Both of them were previous principals in the district. We also have Kelly Rivers, who joins us as our Director of Early Childhood Education. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Tara Baker, who is joining us as our Supervisor of Elementary Curriculum. Thank you.
All right, so again, as board members, we can give them a wave, please, to say welcome. They have a lot, they've been doing so much work, and this is a team along with others that you will hear from next Tuesday night at 5:30. The academics team would provide for the board a high-level overview of the academic programs for this fall. They would get more details during the parent engagement sessions, but for the board, I wanted you to see all the amazing work that they have done. And although we do have some great principals that are going to lead this work, know that those great principals that are coming to the academic side were replaced by outstanding administrators for those building principals. So it's awesome when you have talented individuals who can work in and several different capacities in your organization and still do great work. So again, congratulations to all of those members of the academic team. Next, we will hear a presentation about our summer school program, which recently, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, we have a couple more. My apologies. I'm sorry, okay. I'm off script. Go ahead, Dr. Ocasio.
I am too. So we have another group. Our second executive director is Kira Schlolenbach, and she's our executive director for special education and student support services. Kira was also in our district previously. We like to give her a lot of long titles, but I'm going to have Kira introduce her two new directors with the team as well.
Thank you, Dr. Ocasio. I feel honored to continue our work on behalf of students in this new role. Tonight, I'm excited to introduce and welcome two new administrators. Ms. Sherelle Benton is our new Special Education Director of Academic Innovation and Programming, and she's bringing 20 years of experience in the field of special education. Our next director is Dr. Mickey Nelson. She's bringing 24 years of experience in education and is our new Special Education Director of Compliance. And we're excited to facilitate student growth and support all of our teachers and team members this year. Thank you.
And so that is all of the new team, or those are all of the new team members for academic services. And I'll turn this back to you, Dr. Dixon, for our next section.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ocasio, to you and your team. And again, Kira, thank you for stepping up into your leadership position. Just a reminder to the board, both Kira and Elise were in other positions, and now they're leading their departments as executive directors. So congratulations to all of you. So next we will hear a presentation about summer school program, which recently finished on July 25th. This 6-week online program was free for all CCS students. It was not what we originally envisioned when we presented our summer plans to the Board of Education last winter. However, we are certainly pleased with the results in the amount of student and teacher engagement in the summer program. So please welcome Emma Corbin and Pegeen Cleary Potts, who led our summer school efforts this year.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Give me just 1 second to share my screen. Okay. Well, good evening, everyone. President Adair, Dr. Dixon, members of the board. We are so very excited to keep the good things rolling this evening and to share with you what has been quite the journey, but a journey in the right direction as it will lead us right up to a great opening this fall. Leslie?
Good evening, everybody. In response to the pandemic, the 2020 CCS summer experience was redesigned from our original camp style enrichment summer program to a remote summer experience that provided extended learning opportunities, targeting standards identified as a priority for learning based on critical areas of focus, previous assessment data, standards considered foundational for the learning that will occur in the next grade. We continue to build on teacher, students, and family familiarity with the platforms utilized in the spring, such as iReady, Achieve 3000, Studies Weekly, and Edmentum. In addition, one of our original planning partners, Franklin Park Conservatory, worked with our team to develop active and engaging nature-based learning activities for families. Using the identified standards and platforms as the foundation, the summer school team led by Emma Corbin and Pegeen Cleary designed and implemented a dynamic and engaging learning experience. To share their journey and provide a picture of the remote CCS summer experience, I would like to again introduce Emma Corbin, Principal of Ecole Kenwood French Immersion, and Pegeen Cleary, Director of Alternative Pathways.
Thank you, Leslie.
Here we go. I'm about to make my
So,
little setup.
oh, someone's not muted. So to say this is a journey into the future is an understatement. We made a shift back in March to an online platform across our district. From that information, our team came together and really thought about things that we had heard from our teachers, from our students, and from our families. And from that, we created a unique CCS summer experience.
I think in our question of the day, since we're waiting for other people, if you could bring one fictional character to life, who would you choose and why? So a fictional character is somebody that's not real. So that could be like a movie character or somebody from a book or one of the video games you like, something like that. Okay? So which character would you bring to life or make real?
It's gonna be a game.
Which character?
Boruto as a team.
Okay. And why would you choose that character?
So that was just one example of one of our amazing CCS teachers who joined us on this journey this summer. Along with myself and Pegeen, I have to give a huge shout out to our core district team who very quickly came together to create an amazing learning experience for everyone. And along the way became cheerleaders, troubleshooters of technology, and more. And those are Dr. Daniel Burke, Christine DeLay, Michelle Bell, Lisa Chappelle, Elaine Turner, and Monica Roddy. Without them, none of this would be possible, nor would it be possible without the amazing educators and administrators and instructional assistants and families and students that we have inside of this Columbus City School District. As you can see, CCS's summer school this year was 100% virtual. It was a new land for us all. But because of our online platforms and our high quality CCS teacher-led instruction, we met students. And I love this little next saying, no matter how we reach them, we will teach them. And this summer, it was all about virtual. This summer, we surpassed last year's summer school numbers with 3,549 CCS students participating in virtual summer school. We had the highest historical numbers for grades 5, 8, and 9 through 12, which was super encouraging as we think about students and wanting to get online for fall. In 2020, our 9th through 12th graders participated with 1,516 students. And many ask, what about attendance? Well, we saw attendance that was equivalent or higher at different grade levels than in past summer sessions. This summer, we had many success stories because of everyone who worked so hard and tirelessly behind the scenes, sometimes well into and or overnight. That's another story. These dedicated educators helped us to graduate 96 additional students this summer. They helped to earn 1,112 credits for our high school students, 199 elementary, 142 middle, and 365 high school students received special education services this summer.
Hi, my name is Jamila Feliciano. I am 2020 grad of West High School. I just want to thank my summer teacher, Mr. Lewis, Miss Smith, and Miss Delight. They pushed me forward and always helped me when I need it. Thanks to them, I will have my diploma on August 15th. I'm so happy for that. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it and estoy muy feliz. Thank you.
That face says it all. These students are why, and they continue to be each and every day why we do what we do in CCS. In addition to the success stories you saw on the previous slide, 405 English language learner students were served by our instructional assistants, providing tutoring and supports for students and families in our 6 major languages. Our family ambassadors led office hours, meetings, and held virtual orientations for our parents, a best practice we will continue as we move into fall. We piloted unified arts opportunities for students in K through 12 with high levels of engagement across the board. Our teacher teams with our administrators met weekly to share best practices and to learn together how we can better ourselves in this new virtual world. Overall, we had a culture of collaboration that drove us forward and will continue to drive us into the future as we send back educators into buildings ready and armed with great information to drive us forward. Here is just a glimpse of what a day in the life of our summer school team looked like. You'll see a familiar face on there. This summer, we also piloted our first multiple disability enrichment course, which served 16 students, but solicited a great amount of really positive feedback from our families. We wanted to make sure with this summer experience, no child was left out of what could be a great virtual experience. Our staff utilized the opportunity to take lessons learned from our closure in March and apply them to the application of new platforms in summer. We hosted weekly staff meetings to share best practices. In the middle of the summer, we surveyed our teachers to identify things that they saw as important and essential for us to think about when entering fall. We collected videos of exemplary online teaching, many of which our teachers are using as we speak to come up with new ideas and ways to serve their students. We developed weekly communications with families collaboratively with our teachers, and we learned a new tool, Infinite Campus Messenger, which will allow us as we move into fall to send text messages, voice dialers, and emails directly to students and guardians. This is a look at our fabulous educators learning. And if you look around the screen, you will see all of the different new online tools that we are becoming very familiar with as we speak. Everything from Zoom to Jamboard to Studies Weekly and more.
Remember, true means right and false means wrong, okay? So when I did this with my other groups, I had each person take a turn picking a question and answering a question. But since it's just you and me, we'll just go back and forth picking questions and answering questions. And like I said, we'll see who has the most points at the end, okay? So you can go first. What kind of question do you want to answer?
What questions do they have?
Well, you'll find out, it's kind of like a mystery. You'll find out when I click on it. But these are questions where I'll tell you how many sides a shape has and you tell me what shape it is. This one, you want to do that one?
Yeah.
All right. And how many points? Now, the questions that are worth 100 points are the easiest. And the questions that are worth 500 points are the hardest. And then the other ones are in the middle. So the more points it has, the harder it is. So what kind of question do you feel like you want to answer first?
100.
All right, let's start with the easy one. I think that's a good strategy. All right, Clara. I have no sides and no corners. Who am I?
Circle.
Good job. 100 points for Clara. All right, I'll let you pick my question. What question do you want me to answer?
Picture this.
All right, how many points do you want me to go for?
I'll go for 200.
All right, ahem. That is a rectangle. And And I know that because it's got 2 short sides and 2 long sides. Do you think I'm right?
Yeah.
Yes, I am. Good job, Misty. All right. Pick your next question, Clara.
Examples of teaching, like you just saw, happened across our district this summer. Teachers held sessions virtually face-to-face with students 3 times a day and provided targeted instruction based on individual needs. As we continue with the theme of face-to-face and teacher feedback, our Unified Arts teachers piloted different programs utilizing websites, Instagram, Flipgrid, and email. Challenges were posted daily inside of Google Classrooms by our building coordinators, and students were able to do things like attend virtual field trips, attend a performance live streaming with the Columbus Jazz Symphony Orchestra, and even take a behind-the-scene tour of an NBA locker room. Our students and our educators were able to provide information back and forth to make the enrichment experience even more enriching this summer. We couldn't have reached our students without access to technology. And we are so thankful to Ms. Bierny and her team, because at the Kingswood Data Center all summer long, devices were able to be picked up bi-weekly. Troubleshooting happened across the board. Even yours truly troubleshot some different Chromebook issues and some hotspot issues. We all learned together this summer, to say the very least. Our amazing VCAP line and summer school phone line were available, meaning that we were able to rapidly respond to students who were having trouble with logging on, unlocking tests, or just needed somebody to cheer them on as they tried to finish those final courses this summer. Our English language learner call center was also available this summer. They were able to not only help with registration, but also help families to better understand platforms, because on their end, they could see what the platform looked like. Our coordinators were out there delivering Chromebooks and hotspots as needed to make sure that our teachers could reach our students. Even our family ambassadors and secretaries joined in with troubleshooting and learning how to help our students get to the content that would help them to grow this summer. Our parents joined in the fun. Our middle school team had weekly meetings for their families called Stronger Together, where during those meetings, the administrators and our family ambassador could share best practices and help our families to better understand what it was their students were doing online that whole time. Our one-stop shop, ccssummer.org, provided a location at essentially a hub, not only for access to our family ambassadors who were able to respond to calls quite quickly with their office hours, as you see here, but also a one-stop shop for everything in our high school virtual experience. Because we had a one-stop shop, we were it was very easy to troubleshoot, to direct, to guide, and to ensure our students were growing towards success this summer. Part of what we did when we were planning for this summer experience was to think about the feedback that we had and the information that we had gained. Based upon parent feedback, we increased face-to-face virtual times with teachers this summer. We also solicited ongoing feedback from our parents and ensured that our teachers were providing a glimpse into our students' education through weekly communications. Our students also received lots and lots of shout outs from our staff for their progress. Whether it was just a, hey, you're almost there, 10% more and we've got your credit, or hey, you logged on every day this week, great job. We were able to keep our students motivated, going and growing this summer in a virtual land. This is just one example of a progress report that our teachers created. You can see that this is our generic one, as SpongeBob SquarePants is definitely not a CCS student. But our teachers came together to come up with a way that they could share with families exactly the work that their children were doing. So you can see that this included virtual lessons, iReady Reading, iReady Math, and this teacher utilized Flipgrid, another one of our new online virtual tools.
My name is Javon Coleman. I'm an August Eastmoor Academy graduate. Over the summer, Mr. Lay and Mr. Lewis helped me via FaceTime and Zoom to get me through my summer school classes. They wouldn't let me give up even when I wanted to. They worked days and nights with me just so I can graduate on time. I thank them for that.
He's another reason that we kept going this summer and we would not stop. Along the way, there were many lessons learned. Midway through the summer, we wanted to collect that information so that we could better utilize it for fall. So we surveyed our amazing educators. Among the biggest things they believed that we should continue to consider for fall were planning hours, knowing that differentiation in a virtual world is different. That we should continue to utilize Google Classroom, something that our families became very comfortable with as well, and it will be part of our elementary program. They also really enjoy the ability to team teach together. When we are virtual, even though we all can't physically be in the same classroom, we can virtually be all together, which means that more teachers come together to be creative, to think, and to drive the learning forward in a really fun way. This summer, we learned quite a bit, which will help us to drive forward into fall. We learned that communication, as always, is the key to our success. Knowing that communication between teacher and home is at the heart of what we do. Our educators saw increased participation and increased progress from our students when they shared a glimpse into what was going on in the classroom for the week. We learned that we did need to take some more time to plan for our online lessons, really being strategic and utilizing our data in the best way possible, just as we would do in a face-to-face room. We learned that our intervention specialists, working directly with our general education teachers, drove student learning even further. We learned that that website or one-stop shop was an essential component to our progress. We learned that setting clear goals is key, not just for our students, but for our families, our teachers, and even administrators ourselves. And that the creation of a collaborative culture was essential to all of us learning and growing together. You heard mentioned in the last video, the student talk about even into the evening. That was a continued conversation throughout the summer. Many of our high school students worked during the day or took care of their young siblings or their own young children. Our teachers met them exactly where they needed to be. Sometimes after a baby was put to bed, sometimes before a morning shift, sometimes on a Saturday, or in the middle of the night just to finish those last pieces. The flexibility with hours this summer allowed our teachers to better meet the needs of our students because we worked with them and understood where they came from. And we continue to celebrate and support them even today. Our educators, each time they contacted a parent, would record that information in our essentially contact log, which we like to call the PLP. And that allowed everyone to be on the same page, whether you were an ELO assistant or a classroom teacher. We knew who contacted who and with what information. The next quote I have on here is one of my favorite. Our hard to find students were often hard to find, but our village this summer, be it a secretary, an administrator, a coordinator, a teacher, an assistant, or a member of our office staff, our amazing counselors, whomever, we found them. And once we found them, we were able to come together, document the reason why they were so hard to find, and find a way to get them online. Something we know will be essential as we drive into fall. We had to be quite flexible, not just with our students, but with each other in terms of time, in terms of balance. That sharing of best practices is something that was a highlight, not just for our teachers, but for me personally during the summer. We learned so much from each other, knowing that our amazing Columbus City School teachers have such great ideas and such talent, whether you've been teaching for 6 months or 35 years. As we enter into this digital age, which is new for all of us, it's important that we rely upon each other and build upon strengths. We now, because of summer, are sending over 300 teachers back into our buildings, armed with the knowledge of putting theory into practice this summer. They will be the champions of our school buildings. They will be our cheerleaders when someone is trying to troubleshoot something and it just won't work. They will tell everyone we can push through. We already did it in summer. So as we think about the lessons we've learned this summer, we think about where we've come from, what we've learned and put in place, and now where we can go with this knowledge in hand. And with that being said,
I'm so excited to introduce you to our newest graduate of Columbus City Schools, Lene Mayo. Lene, tell us about your journey.
Well, it all started when I came here 3 years ago from ECOT after they shut down. I came here so excited for a new journey. And when I got started, I wasn't on track as much as I wanted to be, but I had all of my teachers here showing me what to do, helping me out. And then 4 years later, I finally finished. Yeah.
And we could be no more proud. And check out her new sweatshirt. Seniors, the ones where they were quarantined, but Lene made it. And we are just so proud of her. Is there anything else that you would like to share with us, especially about your summer school?
Awesome. Summer school was great. I finished all 6 classes with the help of all my VCAP teachers. They helped me so much. And it's just up from here. Ready to start college and yeah.
I was just going to ask you, where are you going next? So have you decided?
I was supposed to attend Clark Atlanta University, but for now, since the whole COVID-19, I will be starting at Columbus State Community College.
And that is so wonderful. We are so proud of you, Lene Mayo. We'll keep our eyes on you. Congratulations.
so I'm going to stop sharing for just a smidge and share that one of the highlights of my career to date was the day Lene Mayo earned that final credit. I will again shout out another educator, Sarah Bibby, our amazing counselor. We were all distanced on the phone when that last credit hits, and the cheers that surrounded me in the room were ones that I will carry for a lifetime. When you have the opportunity to see a young person like that with unlimited potential seal the deal, get that diploma in hand, it is one of the best feelings. So I want to thank you all for believing in the summer experience. I want to thank my team for everything they did and the amazing educators and students and families in Columbus City Schools. We went on a wild journey together, and you know, the sky's the limit at this point. So thank you, and we are here for your questions. My team, turn your cameras on, please.
Oh, wow. You listen to that enthusiasm from Emma and Peggy. And I think with Leslie, did I hear Leslie on the call during the presentation? I'm not sure Leslie Kelly was on.
Yes,
she was, okay. But thank you to Ms. Corbin and Ms. Clary Potts for their presentation and for your leadership this summer. Your enthusiasm for us and for me, it made a situation that we didn't want to happen for our students. You know, we didn't want them to be online totally, but you put your creativity, your enthusiasm, you and Peggy and Leslie with the teachers, and made it come alive. So thank you for that. And as you stated, we now have 300 teachers who are going to help leverage this work this fall. They became experts. They used their creativity, and we are so excited what they're going to add. And hopefully we'll be able to highlight many of that work, many of their work this fall. So thank you again. Now, yes. Does someone have a question? Oh, okay. Thank you to the team again. So next I want to discuss federal relief funding and what we expect to receive as part of our various legislative actions and proposals that have come forth from Congress. We know that the CARES Act is providing pandemic relief funding to school districts across the country, and there could be more on the way. We often get questions about this funding or potential funding means for our district and our students. And now I would like to turn it over to Stan Bohoric and Eric Rausch to tell you more about the implications and details around federal funds. So Mr. Bohoric and Dr. Rausch.
I think we're all set.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Eric and I will walk you through about a half a dozen different items here relative to federal relief and share with you what we're anticipating to receive or where the details haven't yet been worked out. So the first item up that we'll share with you is part of the Coronavirus Relief and Economic Security Act, commonly known as the CARES Act. And within that act, there is a fund, the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. We call it the ESSER Fund. And that federal amount for this particular fund is a little over $30 billion. And we here in Columbus will receive $28.4 million. And in addition to that, about $2.5 million will go to non-public schools. So we'll receive close to $31 million in total, but part of that is being shared with non-public schools. We submitted an application for that last week on Thursday. We're waiting for ODE's approval of that. And as soon as we get that approval, we will begin to spend those dollars on the on items that we're permitted to spend those dollars on. And those include just a number of different things related to reopening schools, purchasing supplies to sanitize and clean school facilities, anything to do with preparing for being prepared to reopen and in our response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The spending deadline on that is September 30th of 2022. So these funds, while we will receive them here in this fiscal year, if we don't spend all of it, it can carry forward. But right now, the budget that we put in to ODE accounted for, consumed all of the $28.4 million. But we'll see how that goes. The next item, also part of the CARES Act, is the Coronavirus Relief Fund, CRF, as we're calling it. That allocation was $150 billion at the federal level. We've been told that we'll receive about $3.8 million. Now, this has a much shorter deadline, so we'll try and spend these dollars first. These have to be expended by December 31st of 2020. And again, these dollars are restricted for expenses related to our response to COVID-19. The next item, again, part of the CARES Act. And this is the same $150 billion, but this is federal funding that we're receiving through the city. The prior two were federal funding that comes to us through the state. Well, this is federal funding that comes to us through the city. And the city took part of their CARES Act allocation. And as you read in the press and heard announced here, I think a week ago, the city is supporting the district with $7.1 million. It's actually $7.15 million for the purchase of 20,000 Chromebooks. So we've got that in the works right now. So they'll be reimbursing, the city will be reimbursing us for that purchase. So that's another source of funding that we have. Again, part of the CARES Act and that $150 billion allocation. Another separate amount is $50 million, again, in the CRF. We don't know what we're going to get at this point in time. We're now working our way from things that we know for certain down to things that aren't known at this point, and some of the details aren't spelled out. But this is the Broadband Connectivity Grant Program. It's a matching grant program. We're not sure whether that's going to be a competitive grant or how that's going to work, but we're supposed to hear the details here in the coming week about how this grant program will work. And that is, I believe, as a name implies, it's broad, it's related to broadband connectivity around the state of Ohio.
Really quickly, that those grant funds, my understanding is they can also be used for things such as hotspots, as well as other devices. So there's a little bit more than just connectivity. It's also the hardware that goes along with said connectivity. But again, we'll know more in the next week or so as far as what the specifics are and how we'll be able to access those funds.
The next item, again, federal funding through the state. And Eric, I believe this is part of the CARES Act as well, correct?
That is correct. This is part of the CARES Act as well.
And this is a separate fund called the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, or GEAR, as we're calling it, $3 billion in federal allocation. The state has been allocated about $105 million, but we have yet to hear how that's going to be allocated to us and what our dollar amount might be. And as the slide tells you here, it's support to local educational agencies and, remember, institutions of higher education as well. So we're, of that 105 million state amount, it'll be shared by local education agencies like us, a public school district, and also institutions of higher education. And it's to those entities that the state has deemed to be most significantly impacted by this public health emergency. Again, details aren't known, but they should be forthcoming in the hopefully near future. Anything else on that, Eric?
Nope, perfect summation.
Cool. All right. I'm going to let Eric take some of these because these are items of pending legislation, and Eric follows those very closely at both the federal and the state level.
So the first before you is the HEROES Act. Now, the HEROES Act cleared the House a couple of months ago. It's the $3 trillion relief package. You probably read about it or seen a little bit about it in the news here recently. It provides, in addition to relief for school districts, also relief for state and local governments. There's some additional dollars for Wi-Fi hotspots, or a lot of that running through the E-rate program. Emergency financial relief for school meals. So there's some additional dollars there, as well as kind of a change of the calculation on how we'll do that during this particular period of time. Provides some, tax credits that heretofore school districts, local and state governments have been unable to avail themselves of because they were explicitly singled out as far as having not been allowed to take advantage of those under previous relief acts. The one that really comes to mind.
I'm losing my sidekick. Dr. Roush, we've lost you. Never good when I didn't walk through this part of the presentation with him. So rather than to wait for Eric, if he happens to come back in, he can fill in some of the blanks. But again, as he said, this is the HEROES Act, as it's being called, and currently pending at the federal level. Oh, there he is. He's back.
I don't know where I lost you, so I apologize. I apologize for that. In short, this is the House plan. This is passed a couple months ago. I don't want to necessarily repeat myself if you've already heard me go through all of that. But additional funding, both for school districts, about $58 billion there will go to K-12 education, and there's some relief funds for local and state governments. The Senate version, which is the HEALS Act, which is on the next slide, that's the Senate Republican version. There's $70 billion in relief funds for K-12 education. There's another $5 billion for GEAR funding. That's part of this particular package. Now that $70 billion then is kind of further subdivided, where a third of those dollars will get released fairly quickly. And again, using kind of the same formula that they used in the CARES Act, that netted us about $28 million. It's based on Title I. Proportion of Title I students. The remaining 2/3, the way it's written currently in the Senate plan, though, is only for schools who actually reopen. And so they have to put together a reopening plan and submit that. They have to be in session at least 50% of the time in person. So this is right now one of the key areas of contention with the between the House, the Senate, and the administration as far as whether or not there should be any stipulations on further relief funds for education. There's a lot of different moving parts and pieces that are part of the conversation right now in the negotiations. This is a part of that. Certainly unemployment compensation is the one that's being discussed a great more in the media, but that's another large sticking point. And so I think we'll see here in the days and weeks ahead whether or not Congress and the administration can come to some kind of a conclusion. I believe that they will. It's a matter of, I think it's more a matter of when and what will it eventually look like. So as they say, stay tuned.
I will say this about all of these programs. The ones that we are most certain about, the first couple that we mentioned where we know we're going to receive that funding, as you've heard tonight, the planning and our need to react to changing environments relative to the pandemic and opening plans, you have some timing issues. You've got to get these details from the state or the federal government, and yet we want to proceed with preparing to make the purchases necessary to open school in whatever format. We'll be doing that in this particular case, all virtual, but there's much to be done. So in the background, I'm envisioning that picture of the duck that looks like they're sailing smoothly on the surface, but underneath they're pedaling with all their might to keep going. So we're working feverishly in the background to work through all the applications and approvals and budgetary issues and record keeping that we have to have in place so that we can respond promptly to meet our needs for opening up school while yet taking advantage of all these different funding options to help pay for these items. So that's hopefully a complete but brief and thorough explanation of all the different funding sources that we've been outside of our own general fund that we have access to.
Okay, thank you both, Stan and Eric. Again, the board, I just wanted you to have and the listening audience to know that we are mindful of the various funding sources that are out there, and we are actively keeping an eye on it to inform you of our of where we are with each of those areas.
Dr. Dixon,
Yes.
Board Member Ragland has a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Madam Superintendent, for this portion of the report. My question is for Mr. Pahort, and maybe this isn't the appropriate time. Maybe you're going to address this later on. But I'd like to know how our move to an all virtual learning environment for essentially the first 9 weeks impacts our budget, and if you could articulate what it would mean to us budgetarily if our virtual learning environment were to last for the entire school year.
Well, certainly when we began to plan through Dr. Dixon's reopening task force that she put together, as those plans were put together, we anticipated a full year of being opened in this blended model, and so we were doing that costing, and we were in the 100 million plus or minus range for some additional expenditures to do that. A significant portion of that was personnel related, and I think that depending upon what we do with transportation and what we need in terms of student supervision, because of the different way that the buildings operate in terms of like lunchtime is in the classroom and not in a lunchroom space, as an example, there will be required some additional supervision of students, the taking of temperatures, things like that. Those are the staff related expenditures. So opening up at a virtual for the first 2 months roughly till October 27th, I think we'll save some of that. But certainly once we get to a blended model after that point, hopefully we want to avoid them entirely. That portion of the 100 million was in that 70 million range. I think I shared that with the board. So we kind of temporarily avoid that, but I think ultimately we may be faced with a significant portion of that down the road.
Thank you. I know that board members have a few more questions at Board Member Cole and Dr. Pierce, but I understand they're for different parts of your report. So we'll let Stan and Dr. Roush.
You know what? I'm almost at the end. If they want to, go back to Stan and Dr. Roush, and then I have one more portion, and then the report concludes. So if you want to wait to the end, or for those additional questions, whichever your pleasure.
Okay, well, we can wait. We'll wait till the end. So, but board members, if you have any more questions for Dr. Roush and Treasurer Pahoric. No. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Finally, I would like to bring our Executive Director of Family and Community Engagement, Scott Varner, to provide a brief update on our radio station, WCBE. As you recall, Scott was given initially to the end of the 2021 school year to bring a recommendation. I've changed that timeline, and he is going to bring the final recommendation to the board in December. So I wanted him to update you monthly or every other month prior to December, so that you know exactly where we are with WCBE. So at this time, Scott Varner will provide his update.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon, President Adair, Vice President Reyes, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to share my screen if that's okay, as I've also prepared a presentation. And thank you for the timing. As you know, earlier tonight, I was hosting our latest virtual family engagement session with our English as a Second Language team. We had about 100 parents and families on that session who really got some valuable information. So I appreciate the timing and allowing me to share this update with you as the last part of the report. Tonight, again, I want to give you an update on our reimagination efforts with WCBE. What really brings the importance tonight is that this board, we have a request on the agenda tonight, 3 pieces of legislation, 19.1, 19.2, and 19.3. These are the annual requests that we put forward to the board for part of our programming, the key components of our programming. The first being National Public Radio, programs like Morning Edition, All Things Considered. Public Radio International, which is The World, Afropop Worldwide, and American Public Media, which is best known as the source for our Marketplace report that is a component of our daily programming. All 3 of these pieces are for membership and programming. The cost for National Public Radio also includes digital. It's amazing. The station has seen an increase in the number of people who are listening to us digitally, that is listening to us either through the website, or as sometimes I've shared with you, if you have a smart device at home and say, Alexa, play WCBE, you can actually get WCBE to play in your home. So that's some of the costs there with National Public Radio. As I mentioned, these are key components of our daily programming schedule. This is also what draws a number of WCBE's current audience, which then is a driver of listener donations. The more listeners we have, the more we can hope that they donate through membership. And that also allows us then to attract local businesses, nonprofit organizations to advertise, or in our world, we call it underwriting. Although it's always been a part of the legislation, I wanted to put intentionally in there a reminder that this authorization is an up to amount. And I noted that, should there be a change in the district's management plans with WCBE, we would have the ability to change our relationship with each of these vendors, which then, of course, would reduce the cost. Why is that there a potential for a change in our management plan? Well, that goes back to what Dr. Dixon mentioned, and that is the work on our reimagination efforts to really rethink the best opportunities for WCBE. So there's 4 things I wanted to update you on tonight as we advance this plan. First is finalizing the work of our Reimagination Advisory Group. Second, building on some of the short-term successes that we've seen at the station. Third, our efforts to hire an outside expert to help us in this process. And finally, getting a realistic view of the station's value. So let me begin by updating. I know I've shared with many of the board members before, whether it be part of some of the committee work or in some of the one-on-one conversations, kind of the update on WCBE. But you'll recall our Reimagination Advisory Group was a number of community individuals with very diverse backgrounds and voices, ranging from education to business to development, experts in radio, both locally and nationally, and those who work with our young people here locally. So this was a great diverse group. We began our process back in February, and bringing in that group, we really discussed the station's current operational and the fiscal challenges that they face, the challenges in the radio industry as a whole, and especially in public radio, and how the station's operations might better connect to the district's academic mission. This group shared their thoughts on the value of programming that was currently on WCBE, such as national public radio, the importance of local music, local programming, or locally produced shows. And then we concluded our conversations with a really tough conversation on how WCBE's future funding and the operation model might be more fiscally sustainable. Remember, the goal of this group wasn't to necessarily endorse any or create a specific plan, but instead to offer some guiding principles, some considerations in determining what the success of the station could look like. What we also know is from a timing situation that we were entering the final stages of the work with that advisory group just as the COVID-19 crisis really began to see a dramatic impact here in Columbus. And so on a very personal note, my role with the Department of Engagement, our efforts to link and align and grow all of our local partners, those supports for our families, took on a more important, a more high profile role. And so the work of this group was somewhat put on hold. I say somewhat because the ideas that came out of it did not go dormant. The work of this group was not left to waste. In fact, it really has fueled some of the other work that the station has been doing, which I'll share momentarily. But I think the work of this group has been beneficial because as we look to the future, there are some key points that I think will help us in figuring out and making that best decision and recommendation for the district and for WCB. There are three key areas of lessons that we have learned over this past year, which will fuel this decision making. First off, there are the lessons of need that we learned through our stabilization efforts. Over this past year, we now have a better picture of the station's true operational needs, the staffing needs, and more importantly, the financial needs of the station and where the gaps are. We also now have a better sense of how WCBE fits into the local radio industry and market and what it brings to the market. Second, we had our lessons of risk from our audits. I appreciate Auditor Smith and her team in the Office of Internal Auditor who conducted our first audit, but we also had an audit by the Inspector General's Office out of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. I bite my tongue every time I say it, but these audits were valuable. We gained so much insight because there were a number of risks that we didn't know were there that we now know about. And as we think about future planning, can make sure that we're ready to address those risks. And finally, there are the lessons of opportunity that we got from this reimagination group. Great insight from this team and others on how we can better match education, operations, community engagement, content, marketing, development, governance, even finance to make sure that we are, that the station is a better partner with the district in what we do. More importantly, there were also opportunities to look at how we differentiate the station and how we use the station to represent diversity, representing those communities that are often underrepresented. So I think these three lessons are something that we can take as we work with that, the WCB Reimagine Advisory Group. So I will tell you, they are now re-engaged. So I've reached out to all of those members with a commitment to make sure that we re-engage, bring them back in, finalize these lessons and recommendations, and begin to add that to the work. So that's part one. Part two is building on the short-term successes that we've seen at the station. I give a lot of credit to the team at the station right now, our interim station manager, Greg Mobius, who really has used these last 8 months in working and looking for ways to improve the station's operations. We have eliminated paid programming where possible, especially weekends, as a way to save money. We have been able to maintain our reduced staffing levels. The staff there really stepped up and developed a staffing model during the COVID-19 crisis that allowed us to continue programming without interruption, but while also maintaining the safety of our staff there. They were actually even able to maintain some of the expectations for our spring fundraising efforts, even though we had to completely cancel our spring fund drive. And finally, they've really worked to increase support of district communications, to be kind of a return on the investment of sharing the district's message through the station. Perhaps you heard the simulcast of all of our virtual high school graduations and completer ceremonies. Those were carried on WCBE. So I appreciate that the station has stepped up, and we look to build upon those short-term successes. So that's part two. Part three is hiring an outside expert to help. I know that I'm not able to do it all, and also know that we really need some of that outside expertise to come in and share with us some great opportunities. So we are currently finalizing a consulting agreement with Milton Clipper out of Atlanta. He has well-recognized 40 years of experience in the media industry, especially in management. He's most recognized for turning around the struggling public radio and TV stations owned by the Atlanta City Schools. He, incredible work, grew those two stations to be some of the best in the country by changing the dynamics of the entire organization, really revamping it to be more efficient, to be more inclusive, just not just with staff, but with programming and how they really related to the community. And most importantly, he turned them to be self-sustaining financially. In fact, as he shared with me, the stations typically required on a yearly basis a $2 million subsidy from the district. He turned it around, and so now those stations actually give money back to the district. So with Mr. Clipper's help, we will develop a realistic blueprint and framework for what WCBE could be, both short-term and long-term. And I purposely put that word realistic in there because, as he shared with me, when you go down this path to think about what a station could be, there are going to be a lot of ideas come in. But you want to make sure that you're looking for those that are realistic, that will be the best benefit for the station itself and for its stakeholders, and making sure that we are realistic in our thoughts. So that's the third part. The final part I'll share with you is that it's getting a realistic view of WCBE's value. So we are also finalizing a consulting agreement with organization DEFCOM Advisors. This is a national firm that works in the sale of radio stations, and they have specific experience working with public radio assets that are unique. As you know, we're kind of at the end of the dial in an area that really is reserved for nonprofit organizations, educational institutions, faith-based organizations. When you're limited on what you can broadcast, that limits who might be wanting to buy you. You know, 90.5 cannot be the next Power 107.5 or WNCI. So there's a limited pool of who might be interested in purchasing us. And his firm is very good about understanding that. And so the appraisal that they'll do will be based on data that we'll see from national information, from ratings, from other sources, not just the comparable sales of other similar size stations and similar size markets, but also looking at the financial forecast. What should we expect the station value to be in terms of the revenue that we should be seeing? So I think he's going to give a good fair market valuation as well as a financial picture, and that is to be prepared by August, no later than August, and actually we're hoping for that sooner. So those are the four important things as we think about the reimagination. It's finalizing the work of our reimagination advisory group. it's building upon those short-term successes at the station, hiring that outside expert to bring us some much needed help, and for getting that realistic view of the station's value. As Dr. Dixon mentioned, I will now be providing monthly updates to her and the cabinet, and hopefully then, which will be information that'll be shared with you. And we are actively working to provide those recommendations, as Dr. Dixon mentioned, by December. With that, that's the presentation I wanted to share, and knowing that there had been some questions about WCB in the past.
Are you finished sharing, Scott? Normally we turn.
Oh, yes, I am. Sorry, let me stop sharing
Girl,
my
we can hear
screen.
you. Okay. Dr. Dixon. I didn't know if you want to do questions now or if you.
Yes, no, I'll just, nope, that was it. That concludes my report for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, so we have questions from Board Member Cole, followed by Dr. Pierce.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you all for the presentations that we've gotten this evening that have given us in certain instances, a very good, thorough understanding of where we are, what the current situation is, particularly to that about outstanding resources, financial, that may be available through federal and state relationships and connectivity. My first, and then I secondly want to say thank you, Mr. Varner, for what has been teed up with regard to getting a much more deep analysis and look at where we are in terms of potential with WCBE or respective losses with WCBE. So I look forward to what's forthcoming in the future with that. And I certainly hope that you have the opportunity as things move forward, particularly on the fiscal end, to even present to FAC, Finance and Appropriations Committee, and talk to us about your updates as you get them. With that in mind, I have a few questions relative to our academic gains. And Madam President, if you'll indulge me, and I won't be long, I promise. As I've been digesting our academic situation, current situation since COVID, and even before then, you know, and as we've had these even retreat conversations about where the direction we're trying to go academically and what our priorities are specifically, there are a couple things that have come to mind for me, and I'd love it if I could even get feedback from us as a board today to help set or give our administration a clear idea, if they don't have it, of what our priorities are for final impact on our students' academic achievement. I don't want to lose sight of that at all. If I were an outsider watching this piece, I would think that we did a great rollout of some things, but I wouldn't be all that clear about what the academic priorities are of the administration and what's the direction we're trying to go. So the first thought is that we have consistent teacher engagement. To Mr. Kogan, to Dr. Kogan's earlier comments, that is something that I am vehemently and have been long before this focused on and really wanting to see that we have, particularly during COVID, consistent, strong teacher engagement, and how we're looking at this universe of that kind of knowledge capital from a different perspective, from an out-of-box perspective. Again, one that maybe isn't even just confined to buildings and conventional assigned teachers, but a knowledge base of talent that can engage students on any number of level, grade band for grade band, need for need in terms of special education or, you know, gifted and talented, and that's special ed too. academic achievement. I need to put my glasses on for what I wrote. Academic rigor is another one. So second is academic rigor. Where are we with ensuring that? How do these new hires, how does this structure of, of best practices, the structure of training and development amongst administrators, how does this trickle down to our teachers and benefit our students ultimately with rigor that challenges them and keeps them engaged? Student demonstration of mastery, that is absolutely critical to me. Here in my home, we kind of had to step it up. And fortunately for both of my children, they had a really good experience with their teachers and educators. Eastmoor, Columbus North International, in my estimation, really set a bar high, and they killed the game, pardon my colloquialism, but they killed it when it came to keeping those students engaged and giving them the information and making themselves available. One of the math teachers at Eastmoor just did an outstanding job with that. Where are we with that in terms of engagement and, again, mastery and rigor? And the last for me is academic gain. What are we looking for in terms of academic gain? We have a 81% graduation rate as per last report that I received. Where are we looking to increase that? Where are we looking to shrink that gap? Where are we looking to strengthen middle school and that transition to high school, particularly in this environment where we could very easily lose students? I don't want to see that happen. So as I'm thinking about priorities, I'll just recover them again, recap. Consistent teacher engagement, number 1. 2, academic rigor. Number 3, student demonstration of mastery. And number 4, subsequent gains as a result of that mastery. Those are my priorities, but I'd like to hear the feedback of my colleagues on where we are, because the one thing I do want to have happen when we're having a focused conversation on academic achievement of our students is that our superintendent and administration are clear on what the board's priorities are. Thank you.
So thank you, Board Member Cole, for that. Just as a reminder, we have a special meeting next week all about the academic priorities, including measurement and some of the items that you mentioned. The superintendent, if she wants to, can talk about that agenda really quickly. Also, as you know, Board Member Cole, we are working with Council of Great City Schools on identifying priorities. So that is a work in progress, as well as we are greatly improving our evaluation process of all of our direct reports, including our superintendent, which outlines specific priorities. And as you know, we are beginning that process right now, this month, to set those goals as a board. So that's where we are, and the discussions are to come. We are in the process for it. But if anyone does want to say anything, they certainly can. But I'll turn it over to Dr. Dixon, just because this is like the third time this has come up. So I want to make sure everyone knows we're not ignoring it. We're talking about it next week in full detail. We're having a special meeting just for academics.
Right. Thank you, President Adair. I think there's a couple pieces. One, the board priorities are usually set during the strategic plan process, as we were talking about. Those are why we've hired AJ, and well, not hired, why we're working with AJ, so the board can help set those priorities together as a board. Secondly, next week's meeting is not for priorities to be set. It is for the board to learn about the new curriculum and how we responded to the PDK audit thus far. So just remember where we were last year and where we are this year. And we have a curriculum management system. We have actual curriculum now. We have an MTSS system. These are things that we did not have before. So next week's meeting is to share with the board at a high level all of these curriculum resources that we will now implement in the fall, And also the management systems, all of those pieces is what the board meeting is for next week at a high, so you can understand that at a high level. There will also be engagement sessions for parents to learn about these various platforms, the curriculum, what to expect for that learning experience from their teachers. Those will be in individual engagement sessions by group, pretty much like we've had thus far. Smaller sessions for parents to learn about what their expectations are next week. But those board priorities, those are things that are set by a board, usually through a strategic plan, and are monitored, and that information is given back, reported out. We have those goals that we have set, my goals for this year. We can outline some of that work. We can build it to those 4 goals that I have that are moving forward this fall. But the overall priorities from the board is the work that we are currently doing in partnership with Council of Great City Schools.
If I may, just very quickly, Madam President, and I thank you for that feedback, Dr. Dixon. However, and I'll borrow from, and by paraphrasing, I'll borrow from AJ, Mr. Crable. The conversation and the focus of our meeting is not just the business or the operations discussion, better yet, the operations discussion of our district. It is also that substantive dialogue and deliberation around what is best for our kids based on what best impacts their best results. At the end of the day, to me, quite honestly, and I'll push back against you, to me, our conversations are ongoing discussion, if you will, discourse on student achievement and what those guardrails are. Yes, we have some goals established, but we can always provide guardrail conversation around where we need to be. Unconventional times like these require unconventional flexibility, our ability to be nimble and flexible. You've asked that as superintendent, and we have, to my best ability, and certainly that of my colleagues, imparted that to you in your administration. So what I'm asking is, as a board, that we lead this, we lead this effort respectfully by ensuring that everything that is put in place is that we've given it some very clear idea around what the priorities for outcomes of kids are. That's it. And again, please don't see me as an attack. This is not an attack. Please understand that. We are colleagues. You are my CEO. I'm here to support you, right? So please don't see it that way. But I just want to really encourage us to understand, let's help you set some priorities here, some guardrails, so we're clear on what the gains are, because I don't know what the governor is going to say next week that could impact us even more moving forward. But if we've established that we're trying to make some very specific gains, that we want a certain quality of instruction, that we want a certain quality of outcome for our students, then no matter what the governor says, you're clear on what needs to be done, whether it is ongoing discussions with our collective bargaining units, whether it is whatever makes our kids better. That's where I'm trying to take this conversation, okay? So please, again, this is not an attack.
I don't think anybody sees it as an attack, and I actually don't think anybody disagrees with you at all. I mean, I think we all want those things. It's just an issue. It's doing it in the right way to make the best impact. And what I'm saying is, I believe we're on that path. And so, I mean, I don't think tonight we're not ready to have that conversation in whatever detail you think that you're ready. I mean, I don't think we're ready as an organization yet. We still have some things to work through, and we're working through the process of, working with our consultant. I mean, no one disagrees with you, my board member Cole, at all. We think we want all these things and we have to push. And I think we're on a very fast pace to get this work done. We're talking about having all of our work done by November. So the superintendent can have her work done by the beginning of early next year so that we can implement for next school year. But in the short term, and this is what I'm talking about with when we talk about her evaluation, you're absolutely right. We will put SMART goals around some of the items. And these are things that we will discuss, as a board and how we want to evaluate her progress in this interim without having that 5-year strategic plan. And so all of this, I don't think anyone, I see everyone, we're not disagreeing. I think it's just a term of like the timing of it maybe, and doing it right. I thought I saw someone's hand. You want to talk about this exact response to board member Cole? Or, okay, board member Ragland?
Yes, I agree with board member Cole on this. I think one of the things that he may be trying to get at with having this discussion now is the board giving Dr. Dixon some guidance on what we feel we need to be talking about in regards to opening and literally in this change of environment, what it is that we would like to see if we're going to be getting a report on information that talks about some of this next week. To board member Cole's point, I think we should be informing a lot of what Dr. Dixon may be talking about with her team in planning for that meeting based on what the board would like to see now. To your point, board member Cole, regarding, what other board members would like to see regarding rigor and the effectiveness of lesson delivery and et cetera. I am a staunch advocate for recorded lessons. I think that we should be recording what it is that we are delivering to students. I think that those lessons should be stockpiled somewhere that they can be made readily available for our children to go back to them in their own time. But it would help us as far as evaluating effectiveness and delivery of our lessons. And that's one thing that I am hoping to hear a little bit more, feedback from Dr. Dixon on, but nobody's asked me what my thoughts are on, what it is that I would like to see regarding what it is that we're embarking on for September 8th. And so to that point, I think that board member, and that's just one example, I've got a laundry list, but I think that's why board member Cole's, assertion that we do have this discussion is so very important now. Next week, we're going to get a report, about what the administration is doing, has been working on. But as far as I'm concerned, I'd like to at least inform Dr. Dixon and the public about what it is that we as board members are thinking we need to see regarding all those things that board member Cole mentioned. And so I no better time than the present to engage in that as far as I'm concerned, especially knowing that we're coming back next Tuesday to hear more information from our leader.
Thank you. Board member Beckerly.
I think that part of what we're struggling with here is that we are in this interim period and we don't have a strategic plan. And I keep going back to what AJ Crable has said about you establish expectations and you manage the expectations. And I think that it's hard to be managing in an interim like this because we don't have clear goals and we don't have clear guideposts, I guess, to some extent, because we're in this phase where, we don't quite have the strategic plan and we don't have a lot of the things in place that we're working hard to get in place. And so maybe that explains some frustration, but I don't think, and this is going to sound funny coming from me, I don't think we get to say you have to record lessons or you don't have to record lessons or you have to do this or you have to do that. We're in a position now where the best thing we can do is persuade. And poor Dr. Dixon will tell you that I bend her ear all the time, trying to persuade her about what I think would be a good idea, but it is her decision. And it has to be, because we're all going to have different opinions. And so I think that, you know, Mr. Ragland, if you have ideas, the answer to the response can't be no one's asked me. It's on you to call Dr. Dixon and say, I really think this and this is why. And then if it's important enough for us to put it in the strategic plan that lessons shall be recorded, I don't think we should get into that detail, which is a nod to Mr. Brown. But that's going forward. We're in this place now and we can't, and it's where we are. And it's frustrating, but I don't think that we are in any position now to get into a discussion about exactly what we expect or want to see. I think that is a bigger process and a very structured and detailed and intentional process that is longer, and that's what we're in the middle of right now. And I think, you know, it's unfortunate that we're in the middle of a pandemic, I guess, but that adds to how hard it is to lead during this time period.
Board Member Ragland.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for that, Board Member Beckerly. I think there's a difference, though, between my private conversations with Dr. Dixon and a public setting in which we're addressing the public, letting the public and more specifically our parents and our students know what the board's thought process is behind this. That is what Mr. Cole, in my opinion, is asking us to engage in. I speak to Dr. Dixon all the time. And my conversations with Dr. Dixon and my suggestions to Dr. Dixon are always given with the caveat that she can take them or leave them. They are always suggestions and they are always in a private setting. But looking at where we are today, we've already seen one proposed reopening plan be shifted. We've said all along that these types of discussions were open to interpretation and open to change throughout the process. And it is very important for me that we engage with the public, letting them know in this particular setting what our thought process is as a board, or at least as individual members. My conversations with Dr. one thing, but me expressing to the public what my thoughts are around how we should be reopening, how we should be ensuring rigor, how we should be establishing a process is something entirely different in what I feel we were elected to do. And so,
okay, I'd like to respond.
Hold on, let him finish.
No, for sure.
For me, and this is just me. This is not, you know, you may have a difference of opinion, but I value the opportunity to say the things that need to be said publicly from this board table. And that is what this type of discussion is about. There are some things that will be said and have been said to Dr. Dixon in a private setting that remain there, but there are things that benefit and impact the success of our students that should demand to be said from this particular setting. In Board Member Cole, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I heard you saying. So, you know, maybe I am interpreting that different, but I feel like we should be giving the public our thoughts on what we want to see academically moving forward. Thank you, Madam President. And
okay, so yes. There's a lot in that, what you just said, Board Member Ragland. But here's the thing. You haven't ever approached adding something to the public agenda. So, I mean, you know, the agendas are made, you get briefed on it, and you didn't ask to have anything added to board briefing or discussion. And so if hold on a second, if we want to have a discussion about something, let's take the time to have it if it's that critical to you. Okay, so it needs to be on the agenda. Right now, we're totally off agenda. This isn't even part of the meeting. This discussion about how we structure a meeting and how we set up the meeting and what we talk about when. So, you know, these things are critical. I don't think, and no one is saying that they are not. No one is saying that we shouldn't discuss them, but we have set up a path where establishing priorities has been set in how we're going to go about that. How we evaluate the superintendent is set. Communicating to the public is something we can do. We have lots of opportunities to do that. But I mean, I just don't feel like at this moment, none of us are in a productive conversation.
Right.
Yes.
May I respond to that, please?
No.
Excuse me for 1 second, Dr. Dixon.
No.
It's my interpretation that the academic achievement
No.
of the 50,000 students in this district is always on the board's agenda.
Okay.
I don't think there
Board
is
Member
an
Ragland,
appropriate time to talk about the academic success of our young people.
this conversation is not
because
productive at the moment.
So if I could interject for a second, I just want to clarify. What I did last week, I asked the board president and vice president to say, the team has been working so hard on all of these curricular materials. Some things that were identified clearly in our PDK audit of resources and policies and procedures that we did not have in place. You remember when Roseanne and they came and they talked about all of those things. We have many of those items in place and ready to roll out this fall. I wanted you to have an opportunity to see what the MTSS system will look like, multi-tiered system of support. What are all of those new curriculums we were rolling out so that you would be engaged on what teachers will be teaching and what students will be learning at a 50,000 foot view, right? Because we didn't have those resources, but we have those moving forward. We didn't have it. Remember when we talked about, Talisa, could you pull some data for us and make presentations? And I tell you, we didn't even have the platforms in the past to do that work and to give you those specific data points. We will have that information moving this fall, and we are so excited about it. I wanted you to see it. That's the whole structure for next week's meeting. My thought was then from there, you will know all of those resources, what we're implementing, what teachers will be doing, how students will be engaged, what parents should be expect. Then we can move forward and look at, okay, so then Talisa, superintendent, what are some of the reports we want to see? Those and what feedback do we want from parents? All of those, because you would know exactly what would be happening in our classrooms. You would know exactly what data points that I can bring back to you. You would know what presentations that you want to see because you would have heard from the academics teams. So that was the purpose of next week. So there is, I agree, there is a follow-up, but I don't think we should get ahead of ourselves, an understanding of what the expectations will be, what we will be teaching, what reports will be available for board to review, etc., and making sure we're following the PDK audit. And then I think those next steps will come. So I agree, Mr. Cole and Mr. Ragland, we're going to be able to provide more information to the board and to our public. But next week's meeting is for you to be well-versed in what we will be doing. And that is very different from what we've done in the past. We've not had a cohesive curriculum that was board adopted. Now we will have those curricular programs. We had various pilots. Now we're going to have those programs. So we're going to get to exactly where you desire to get and setting those goals and setting those priorities. But next week's meeting was just that. I want you to see exactly what those resources are, all of those things that you have been approving for payment, how that would be actualized in the classrooms, the feedback to our parents, the feedback to our students, and the supports that teachers will have in the classroom.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. If I can just very quickly.
No, I want to move
My
on.
only aim at bringing this up today was basically a precursor to that conversation. I avoided asking very deep dive questions that I was writing down as the presentation was underway. I kept it general to what I thought were my personal priorities that I wanted to see. One, if there was alignment, just based on what you just told us, there is some measure of alignment in what I'm asking for from my colleagues as guiding priorities for you. So, and as much as I'm talking to you, yes, I'm talking to Joe and Jane public and mom and pop public. But my comments were really directed toward my colleagues to help give you some greater guidance, if you will, as to do we have shared priorities around these things? And then secondly, yes, let's have that pre-discussion idea, at least that you take to next week's meeting, that gives you a greater sense of what it is we're looking for. So that if you came with holes next week and we didn't at least say this to you, well, then that's my fault. That's not yours. That's my fault as a board member. So I just want to be clear that we all share some of the same priority values, want to see some of the same outcomes happen for kids. And I expect then next week, we'll have, of course, that deeper dive discussion around that, where I will have my questions that I prepared today ready for you then. But that's it. I thank you for this. I think, again, in contrast to you, Madam President, I think it's been a very productive conversation. I do. I believe in creative tension. And this is what it is, the contraction and expansion of ideas, whether they're indifferent or whether they are the same. I think you've gotten a clearer sense of where a few of us stand on certain things, and I think it just makes us better. That's it. But I thank you for that. I look forward to next week.
Okay, so we're moving on, but I just want to say, I do not stifle conflict. I believe that difference and hearing differences of opinion is essential to moving forward. And so, you know, these conversations are critical. What I'm saying is, if we want to have a meaningful dialogue, a meaningful conversation about it, we have that meaningful conversation about it, because that is most productive if we're trying to have the conversation to get to an outcome and a goal. We're moving on from this conversation. I think we are all in a fine space, and we look forward to the presentation next week. There are additional questions on other areas, I know. Okay, so it's Dr. Pierce, then Board Member Brown, then Board Member Beckerly. Dr. Pierce.
So President Adair, thank you so much. First and foremost, can indulge me for a second. I have students who watch this meeting. I have colleagues and family who watch this meeting who have seen me with my head down because we just went off into a tangent. This has been a very long meeting. And every now and then, you need to just stop and breathe. You need to stop and think about all the things that you are thankful for. The fact that we are still able to have this meeting, the fact that we all saw rainbows when it rained the other day, the fact that we have babies that are being born in that will come into our schools and do great things. And just center ourselves for a moment on what we have to be grateful and thankful for. These meetings take a lot out of us. We all contribute in a productive way. and share our insights to move the district forward. But sometimes when you're at the 3rd or the 4th hour, you just get tired. And so community members, indulge us for a second so we can just take a moment to breathe and be thankful and think about the work that we need to do. Thank you for that. And so to my questions, Dr. Dixon, first, let me thank you and your team for providing an opportunity to introduce our new administrators and our new principals. I am a proud product of this district, and that is honestly the first time administrators have been introduced to our district and our community in such a way. You put a face with a name. So all of our parents that were here this evening watching this, all of our parents that will watch the recording, have a face that they can put with a name. If they see you in Kroger's, they can ask you that question about special education. When they walk into the doors of West High School, they can greet you with a smile because they saw you. So thank you for providing that opportunity. Early in your presentation, you talked about our current enrollment for the Digital Academy. My question is, are we adjusting the registration given our recent reopening plan? Can parents make changes in their decision given our reopening plan? That's my first question.
Registration ended August 1st. We have almost 6,000 students. So parents actually, the night that we made the announcement, many parents made their decisions that Tuesday night. There were several engagement sessions in which parents were given the opportunity to ask questions. So we have to plan for staffing and curricular resources. And so August 1st was the deadline. There were a couple other parents that we're still following up with, but August 1st was the deadline.
Okay. My next question is, you spent some time talking about our family engagement sessions. Will this week's sessions include interpreters, given that they're focused on our ELL population? Will those sessions be available for viewing on Telemundo, special access channels outside of just Facebook? And do we have those times and sessions posted and readily available for community members?
Yes. So tonight, and I talked about that we had interpreters were a part of the session tonight. They're always part of the special sessions to help answer questions. And families can always go back to the website to review all of the previous reopening sessions. So any of those virtual sessions, you can go back and review. Did I answer your question? Or was it another part?
Dr. Dixon, I think Mrs. Gillison would like to help you a little bit with that question, Dr. Pearson.
Is she on? I didn't see.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm on, and I will echo what Dr. Dixon shared. Tonight was our Spanish session, and the actual presentation was in Spanish. Tomorrow is our Somali virtual family engagement, and tomorrow we have our Somali from 5:30 to 6:30, our Nepali from 7 to 8 p.m. And then on the 6th, we have our Arabic from 5:30 to 6:30 and our French from 7 to 8. And that encompasses our 5 major languages. And as Dr. Dixon says, those sessions are in their native tongue, and those will be posted on our Facebook, not our Facebook page, but on our website. Families can go back at any time and review those sessions if they didn't have an opportunity to view them tonight.
Excellent. Thank you so much. My next 2 questions then relate to summer school. And in particular, you might need to get this information back to me. But in your presentation, you indicate that the attendance was up from past years, but you don't give us a percentage. You don't give us an indicator of how that attendance increased, in what areas it was, or how it contributes to our students' graduation plan. I would like to know how the attendance, how our overall students' engagement and achievement in this year's summer school is contributing to our graduation plan. Did I go?
Okay, thank you. I'll bring that information back to you next week.
Then my next question related to, really it connects to summer school and CBE. We've had a number of different allocations, requests for spending come across the board table for CBE. I would love to know how we leveraged CBE for summer school and how we plan to leverage WCBE for our virtual learning moving forward. A more robust plan of how we really plan to, again, use WCBE to help with student learning. And connected to that, could you send the copy with the rest of that presentation to board members? My copy of the presentation stopped at slide 14. So I did not have the WCBE presentation in my slide deck for prior review to tonight's meeting.
Okay, I have Scott Varner on. He can speak to that. Scott.
President Adair, to Board Member Pierce, yes, thank you. I think, as you heard, our hope is to engage that consultant who, I think just what you shared, will be part of that work. We also heard some of those same echoes from our Reimagination Advisory Group. So I think there's going to be opportunities to see how that fits into that realistic blueprint that Mr. Clipper kind of will help us see, so that the board has an opportunity, the superintendent can present to you some of those different recommendations to see what the best opportunities are, and then what, if any, costs are associated with those, that you best understand what the station can be.
So just what I hear you saying is we did not leverage WCBE for our summer school learning, and we do not have a plan to leverage WCBE for our virtual learning.
No, I would share that as part of, so for summer school, you are correct in that we did not have any summer school classes that we used the radio station for, because that's not something that we've set up a plan by which to be able to do that. Now, I will say we did leverage WCBE as a way to promote the summer school programming. So those are ways in which we are currently using WCBE to leverage the work of the district, to make sure that we're using that platform for what it's great at, and that's broadcasting out information. So we did leverage WCBE to promote summer school learning. As we think about what virtual and remote learning will look like moving forward, again, I think that's part of the work of that reimagination process, to see what are the realistic opportunities for the station and how it might fit into, if that's the best determination for how we utilize WCBE, how that might fit into a greater plan.
And two final questions, and Mr. Varner, one of these questions is for you. We did not have a local vendor in Columbus, Ohio that could help with the transformation process for WCBE?
When we looked at, we really wanted some national expertise to understand the unique natures of public radio. And I think we found an excellent person in Milton Clipper, who has not only that 40 years of experience, but actually the experience of working with a public school district, turning around stations where there were truly some financial struggles, some struggles in better connecting the station, not only to the work of the district, but to the community itself. So gosh, I think we found an excellent consultant to help us bring some of that potential and vision to the work that we're doing, and help us think about what those realistic opportunities would be to connect the station with our mission, if that was the direction that the board and superintendent would choose.
And then colleagues, thank you so much. My last and final question relates to summer school. During the slide deck, Dr. Dixon, Ms. Corbin shared that staff were asked, what did we do well? What could we do better? Were families, particularly parents, caregivers, and students asked, what did we do well? What can we do better in regards to summer school and potential ways to step forward positively into our virtual learning for this upcoming year?
I'm not sure if Emma Pegeen is on to answer if we had additional surveys for our families, but I will get that information back to you.
Thank you. I appreciate you all for indulging my question. Please, colleagues, continue to breathe.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Board Member Brown.
It was just taking a breath. Just a few things, and I cut back some of what I was intending to talk about out of respect in part for your request, Jen. And I very much appreciate, with respect to the conversation that we that got us detoured, I think. I appreciate your handling and your comments about that, as well as those of Dr. Dixon. And Carol, you didn't need to call me out. I knew where that was coming from. So thank you for that. I did have a couple questions for Scott, probably more comment. What I heard tonight, this presentation, the plan, was what I had hoped to hear in spring of 2019. That's what I thought we were doing. But we're here now. And I will tell you that, yes, you're now asking the right questions. Yes, I think that the right people are involved. I did a little bit of reading about both DEFCON advisors and Milton Clipper, and I think you've made some very good choices for folks to work with that have the necessary expertise. I'm not going to try to predict where this is going to come out, but I think I am happy to see, that we're finally moving in this direction, that we have a clear and well understood timetable, and we can just get this done. So, at least thank you for putting that together now, and we'll look for a report, in a few months in December. Yeah, the rest can handle other time. I think that the process that we're engaged in is very thorough, is very comprehensive, and I like the process, and I want to continue to see everybody participating in that, and I think that it will get to the questions that were raised tonight and the issues, and help keep us on track and on time. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Beckerly.
Hi. Well, not hi. We all know we're here. Thank you. I had a whole long list of attaboys and attagirls, but given the time, I'll opt to send most of them in emails. But the one thing I did want to say is that I was thrilled to see during the summer school sessions, the weekly connections with the parents, and how that was perceived as making a huge difference in the overall results and the connections between the families and the kids and the teachers, and the success of the summer school sessions. As you may recall, I had suggested back in March when we were going virtual that engagement should be a priority, because despite board members Ragland's suggestion to the contrary, I do believe that things should be said in public, and I am very regularly sharing my advice or suggestions in public. I did not in any way intend to suggest that things should be said in private or that we should be discouraging public discussion. But that is thrilling to me. And I think that's going to be a key going forward. And that's where these technology is going to make a difference, a radical difference in student engagement, family engagement, and the educational results. A quick question about next week's presentation. I'm hoping, and actually one of the other attaboys or attagirls was going to be the engagement stuff is just amazing. What we're doing with these sessions and these family sessions and the parent sessions, I think it's really, really wonderful. And the stuff that, the things that the engagement and the communications groups have accomplished this year and during the pandemic are truly, truly remarkable and, light years ahead of where we were a year ago. So please, we should not lose track of that because it's really important. What I'm hoping is to hear next week or not too distant future are some details about the strategies to connect to the people that aren't connecting with us. And then I have a question for Scott Varner on WCBE. The up to amounts that you suggested with respect to the National Public Radio budget items. If we were to receive an evaluation of what the district or what the station was worth in October and decide we want to sell it, are those up to amounts sort of on a monthly basis, or are we committing to spending all of that money? I assume they're annual licenses. So that's my question for Scott. How much can we avoid spending if we decide to go in a different direction?
President Adair, to Board Member Beckerly, those are, we pay those bills quarterly. So if there were to be a change in how we wanted to operate the station that would impact those programming decisions, we would have opportunities to go back to those partners, to those program providers, change our agreement, which would then reduce the cost, but typically on a quarterly basis.
So, okay, so we could cancel them, in other words. And then my follow-up question, I guess, is, in your lessons learned in your third category, I forget what that was, but I think it was opportunities. Do you have any more detail about the educational opportunities? I keep hearkening back to AJ Crable saying the sole purpose of the school district is to educate kids. And so really, to me, the only justification to continue spending and really using our resources to address WCBE in any capacity is how is it going to turn back to be in furtherance of the education of our kids? So I assume that those details are forthcoming and you don't have them at the moment, or do you have any light you could shed about that?
I don't want to take too long, but I can share that, as part of the conversations with our advisory group, we really did talk about what are the better ways in which to connect with our young students. Is it a case of internships? If we think about WCB's location on the Fort Hays campus, it is yards from an area.
Oh yeah, no, I know, I taught there.
Yeah, where young people are learning on the latest equipment for audio production. Yet none of those students who are in audio production have ever come over to intern at WCBE because the equipment is so outdated.
Right.
So again, as we think about examples of those educational opportunities, that's one. If we as a district decide that the station should be kept and that's something that we think is important, our internships, then what investment might we make, perhaps using some Perkins dollars, those Career Tech dollars, to put in place the equipment at the station so that those students who are just yards away can come over and be a part of it. The other aspects, it's also on a campus full of incredible talent. And we've actually looked for ways currently to make sure we're airing more of our young people who are performance. So when you listen to the station now, you'll actually hear songs performed by Columbus City School students. But wouldn't that be great to also use that as a platform to create a source of revenue even. I've heard that as an opportunity, that as young
Okay.
people are creating these great music, then how do we turn that to creating a pool of talent that then can be shared with others? But then there's really also the opportunities, an internship at a radio station is not just about being on the air or
It's business and stuff.
or
Right.
scheduling. It's about advertising. It's about office administration. It's about so many different aspects. So again, as we think about, and I like the term that we heard about leveraging the station, how do we leverage the station to provide our young people with more opportunities, more of those educational experiences so that they can see themselves in potentially different jobs. So those are just a handful of examples that have been a part of the conversation. And again, where I think that Milton Clipper is really going to help us is he will take all of those kind of opportunities that we heard, along with all of the other different aspects, the need, the risk, staffing, finances, community input, pull all those together and tell us, these are really the realistic aspects that we should think about. And then what are going to be the cost, the investment needs? Again, if we want to do more education, what's going to be the need for investment from the district? So that, again, so that the superintendent and you can make a good comparison of the station's value, what you think it should be, what it could be, what it could leverage, as well as what if you were to make other decisions with the station.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right.
That's all.
I think that is the last question. So, yes, okay. Thank you, Madam Superintendent. All right, we will move into item 7, the internal auditor. Hello, Internal Auditor Smith. Do you have a report this evening?
Good evening, President Adair. I do not have a report, but I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Blue to the district and to welcome all the new administrators, or to say congratulations to those administrators who have been with us for a while but are transitioning to do other functions. And regarding summer school, I do have a teenager who was in summer school, and I must say the flexibility and the encouragement and the constant communication definitely made a difference. And especially that last push, hang in there, you can do it, you're so close. So I can attest to the benefits and just the benefits of the program. So I'll just leave it at that. So thank you and welcome to everyone.
Thank you so much. We will move to item 8. Mr. Treasurer, how are you?
Couldn't be better.
Yay. Do you have a report this evening?
I do not have a report for you, though, but thanks for asking.
You're welcome.
Sure.
We will move on to item 9. We have in board matters, item 9.1, resolution to refund latchkey fees paid during COVID-19 pandemic closure. And turn over to Board Member Beckerly for a motion.
Madam President, I would like to move to approve item 9.1, which is a resolution to refund the latchkey fees paid during the COVID pandemic closure.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Ms. Beckerly?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Dr. Pierce?
Yes.
Mr. Ragland?
Yes.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
And President Adair?
Abstain.
That motion carried.
Thank you. We will move to item 9.2, first reading of,
Am I supposed to read the resolution?
well, you
No.
were, but it's okay. We already did the
Oh.
second, so it's all right. Okay. We have item 9.2, first reading of omnibus amendments to board policies. I will turn it over to Board Member Brown.
Thank you. Thanks to all. Your Policy Review Committee has been hard at work. In fact, we met twice just last week on Wednesday and Friday mornings, and we've been getting a lot done. And we've got a wonderful committee and very thoughtful and very thorough, and they've done some good work in bringing these policies to us, as well as more in the pipeline. Tonight, we have 4 policies to consider, and they're all here for first reading only. After I just describe the 4 of them, if anybody has questions or concerns, you can raise them now, but you can also bring it to me after the meeting, and we'll be teeing these up for a second reading and adoption at our next regular meeting. The 4 policies are as follows. The first is pertaining to graduation requirements, and this is an update to conform our policy with newly passed law. House Bill 166 from the General Assembly was passed and requires these amendments, and the revisions now reflect current state law, and we should adopt those. The next 3 are all brand new policies. The first pertaining to students at risk of not qualifying for a high school diploma is needed because the law changed. General Assembly in House Bill 166 has directed certain changes and in how we deal with students who might not qualify, and provides some interventions early on in the process so that it's not all last minute. There is guidance from the Ohio Department of Education that helped shape this, and every student's going to have a graduation plan. And it does some other good things, and now reflects current law, should be adopted. The next one is not a result of law changes, but Neola, our policy service firm, simply got to this and pushed it out to all of the school districts it services, and gives us an opportunity to cover how drones are used over school property. The committee did a very thoughtful job in having discussion about this and bringing up questions that I had not initially recognized, which is always the case with this group. And I think we've come up with a good policy to recommend. I'm not aware that we've had any problems or issues dealing with this. So it's one of those policies where I think we're ahead of the curve. And finally, a policy that is very, very timely on facial coverings, basically face masks that are used during a health emergency. The policy is required by the new guidance that was issued by the state in July, and it reflects the language required in that guidance. And we've gone through and made cross references to other existing policies, such as those pertaining to disabilities. It provides, in this policy, we provide coverage for everyone, district employees, volunteers and visitors, and of course, students. And the recommendation is to adopt this policy to remain in compliance with state guidance. I know that the governor just today announced that masks will be mandatory for all students. upon return to school, whenever that occurs. I was very pleased to hear that he's finally got to that point. Not that it's easy and it's going to be challenging, and challenging for many people, but it is clearly the best way to prioritize the need for safety and good health hygiene. So with that, any questions about the 4 policies? Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So
Madam
if,
President.
it's okay. If upon reading them, you do have questions or changes, you can put those in writing to Chair Brown and Dr. Roush. And with that, this will constitute the first reading of the Omnibus Amendment to Board Policies. We will now move into the consent agenda. Without objection, we will amend the agenda to remove item 14.10 from consideration. Hearing no objection, the agenda will be so amended. Are there any items from the consent agenda that any board member would like pulled this evening? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second? Second?
I second.
Second.
Thank you. Will you please call the roll?
Mr. Brown?
Yes, except as to items 19.1, 19.2, and 19.3, on which I vote no.
Mr. Cole?
Yes.
Dr. Pierce?
Yes, with the exception of 14.11, to which I abstain.
Mr. Ragland?
Yes.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
President Adair?
Yes, with the exception of item 20.4, from which I abstain.
Ms. Beckerly?
Yes, with the exception of items 19.1, 19.2, and 19.3, for which I vote no.
Motion carried, Madam Chairman.
Thank you so much. Are there any board announcements this evening?
Yes, Madam President.
Board Member Cole.
Thank you so much. I just want to announce to my colleagues and the rest of our listeners that the African American Male Wellness Freedom Walk will be taking place this weekend, August the 8th, beginning sharp at 10 a.m. What we are encouraging folks to do is walk their neighborhoods. In fact, if you can't walk your neighborhood, walk up and down the stairs of your home. Walk up and down, walk through the basement, wherever it is. We're asking folks to get out and just be active. We're not saying or congregating, you're not encouraging the congregation of folks. And if you do, we are encouraging that you practice the CDC guidelines of masking up and being socially distant. But with that, we'd like to chronicle as many folks as possible to participate. You can do that by going to your text and texting the number 31996. Text the number 31996 and type in walk. What will immediately prompt in response is a direct link to register for the walk. You can register, and what we like to be able to do as the National Center for Urban Solutions is chronicle the number of folks who are participating. So get out, socially distanced, mask up, or just stay at home and walk around. But we're encouraging all folks of all colors to get out into our neighborhoods and walk our communities for our own personal health and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Brown.
Thank you. Just very briefly, a couple of items. First, you've probably all heard some of the continuing national drama that's only going to get worse between now and November, but one of those items dealt with the census and dealt with possibly providing an early cutoff for census data collection. That's discouraging. However, it does provide an incentive for me to say to all of you and to everybody listening, let's get to work on making sure that everybody participates. It's incredibly important. There is a vast amount of money that is distributed entirely based on census data. And it will make a difference for the next decade and is essential. So please participate in the census and get everybody you know to do so. The other thing that is obviously coming up, perhaps not soon enough, is the November election. It is moving forward quickly, and voting early is going to begin before any of us realize it. So make sure you get prepared, you learn what you need to do, that you get registered. You can still do that, and you participate in our democratic process. I was very pleased to participate. I think it was just last week with some folks from League of Women Voters and several other groups who want to come into the schools as they have in the past, but now they have an opportunity in a much bigger way, I think, to leverage that and to expand their efforts district-wide and to help make sure that our young people who are reaching voting age do register, do vote, and that they get folks in their families to do the same. So just want to commend to all of you that voting is going to continue to be extremely important, high priority. And finally, I just want to thank all of my colleagues on the board, all 6 of you. You know, discussion at several points this evening, you know, went in a different direction, or there was a bit of tension at several times, and yet all of you handled yourselves well and respectfully, and you know, it's a pleasure to work with all of you when we can do it in this way. The focus throughout was on kids and benefiting them educationally, scholastically, academically, and I think, you know, we do that, and we're going to continue to do that. So appreciate the opportunity to work with all of you.
Thank you, Board Member Brown. Yes, kids first, grown-up problems later, right? It's going to be Dr. Pierce, then Board Member Ragland.
Thank you so much. So as a child growing up in Columbus, I spent plenty of summer days in the Linden community. And during the past couple of weeks, we've seen some violence happen in that community. And so at this moment, I want to every Columbus resident, student, say that you are loved, that you are valued, that we cannot wait to see you in our buildings, that we cannot wait to contribute to your success. Every now and then you just get caught up in living, and sometimes you just need to hear and know that there's a community of caring that supports you, that is excited to be around and with you. So to my whole Columbus family, you are loved, you are valued. Please be safe as we continue the rest of the summer. Protect and keep our babies safe as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Ragland.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd be remiss if I did not go on record and recognize the passing of Congressman John Lewis, member of Phi Beta Sigma fraternity, civil rights icon, and someone who contributed to the advancement of all people here in the United States of America, and also Reverend C.T. Vivian as well. Both of them passed about a week or so ago, and they've been recognized widely throughout the country. And each of them contributed to the fabric that is our country. And I wanted to make sure that we gave both of them proper recognition on today for the many, many attributes that they have contributed to us all. So if we could have a moment of silence, please, for the passing of Congressman Lewis as well as C.T. Vivian. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. We will now go into executive session. Vice President Reyes, I believe you have a motion.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I move that the Board of Education recess into executive session per section 121.22 G4 of the Ohio Revised Code to prepare for, conduct, or review negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning their compensation or other terms and conditions of their employment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Mr. Cole,
Yes.
Dr. Pierce,
Yes.
Mr. Ragland,
Yes.
Vice President Reyes,
Yes.
President Adair,
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes, provided we have a very short break first.
We will.
Motion carried.
Thank you. So the board will recess into executive session. We will come back to public session to officially adjourn the meeting. For those staff members that are leaving us, thank you so much for participating in our meeting this evening. We will, board members, once you transition into the breakout room, we will take 10 minute break, 10 minute break, I'm seeing.
10.
And we will get started back. Okay, so thank you.